Siri_bot. Siri_bot has joined Cerebolove. Stream elements. Artextric is now live. Streaming art, draw with me anime art studies and reactions 26 number podcast number animeart number how to draw number art number shorts. Artextric. Send stars to show your support.
Hello.
Stream elements. Artextric is now live. Streaming Dota 2, Plus.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Okay.
Says you sound kinda tired.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Says I just finished my sketch while waiting for the live.
Yeah. So what was the sketch about?
Says more like a gesture one, but still.
Let's see.
Says I can send it to you if you want.
If you like to.
Says happy.
Yes.
Ariane. Hi Teach. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well. Doing my thing. Just doing my thing. What about you? How are you?
Botrix. Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
Says send it.
Okay.
Says salutations, my good chum.
Hello, 3MB. What's going on?
Says not much W.
I'm doing well. Just trying to get this out of the way. Let's see. European Trust. Hold on. It's pink. Got it. No. No, it's not. It's just the regular fairy tale. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Okay. There you go. I'll take that away for now.
Says Teach, would it be alright if I sent you something through Discord really quick?
Yeah, it'll be fine. Discord. Open. It's not that. Pending. Hmm. Really, Instagram? Oh my god. Okay. Let me looking at what a hey Teach, when will you start the line before it expires? I want to before everything expires. Okay. I see a character with a chain. I think it's chain. With a hoodie on. And you want me to just look at it, right? Is that what you wanted me to just look at it? Okay.
Says okay, I sent it.
Okay. Okay. What color?
Thank you, unknown user, for X95 likes. Thank you, unknown user, for X196 likes.
Says oh yeah, Photo said he responded to you on Instagram BTW.
Yeah. Yeah, I already responded to it. That's why I asked. You just want me to look at it.
Says he tried the message did send through the TTS, so I'm just passing the message along. Says wait, I will be out
Thank you,
for a
unknown
little.
user, for X295 likes.
Okay. I wanted to know if you wanted me to just look at it.
Thank you, unknown user, for X378 likes.
Says if there's something I should look for that you see, you can tell me.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you, unknown user, for X483 likes. Thank you, unknown user, for X577 likes.
Okay. That was taken in my heart. Alright. We got him.
Thank you, unknown user, for X660.
Okay, so what I see here on your drawing is that, let me see. There's one straight down there. So that's one there. Shoulder here.
That took longer than it should.
I wasn't even looking at it till right now. Let me see. Neck is turning to the shoulder. I'm not gonna criticize the composition because it makes no sense, to be honest. Did you use reference for this, or this was from strictly out of your head?
Safety gun bear following.
Says it's fine. RN, the criticism is something I need.
I understand, but that's not the focus. The focus is to, because that's the last of your worries when it comes to the idea of of that. So it's not even important. But
Says there was a reference, but only for the pose.
can you send me the reference? I already can tell that it's a bit stiff, but like I just want to see the reference. Oh.
Says wait. I hope it doesn't refresh the Pinterest.
I don't know. I think there's a section where you can go back to your history of the stuff you looked at. I think that's somewhere in there. Can't remember the top of my head, but it's somewhere there. If I remember right. Okay.
Says got it. Says you should be able to find it if you save the reference mono. Says I sent it.
Okay.
Says at a known user for 5 sometimes it doesn't refresh, so it's fine, but TE checks. Says you're welcome. I am saving poses off Pinterest all the time just for inspiration.
Bro, where is this? Okay.
Says why is my tag still yellow? Do I need to wait full 30 days to tier 2?
Oh, that reminds me. I don't know. I know I was supposed to do something about that. That may not be your fault. That's something I have to do on my behalf. I'm actually going to change. I'm going to actually add tiers. As well. That's something I should have done a while back, but I didn't have the opportunity to do that because I didn't have the privilege to do that because I had to go through some bullshit stuff that they told me. But now I have tiers, so I'm also put the same prices I do for Patreon. It would make more sense anyway. There might be some changes on beyond that, so like I may have to put the voice modulator behind the sub. I might depend. That really depends if that happens or not.
Says if I'm not mistaken, it changes every month to a new icon.
I don't remember if it does, but I remember it has some type of tier thing.
Says yeah, maybe I just need to wait a little.
Yeah.
Says good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Hey, bro. You said you sent the reference? Because all I see is the word saying, yeah, well, you can tell me there's something should be looked for to fix. I don't...
Says it bright or close good afternoon brine. Says really. For me it says seen just now. Says I unknown.
Yeah, the only thing I see is just your drawing. Maybe I have to come in, come back. Nope, not there. It's not there for me.
Says Moto, did you send the reference to him over Instagram or Discord?
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, this picture. This picture. Okay. Well, first thing, this knee needs to be a lot higher up. This knee has to look this way. It's looking this way. Let me see. Yeah, it's gotta be. Has to be more upward. Oh, it has to be more upwards. I'm saying it has to be more upwards. The knee is way too far out. It needs to be more close up. Shoulder needs to hunch a little bit more. Oh, the back has to hunch a little bit. Shoulder needs to be a little bit more passed up. Hand needs to be a little bit more down over the waist. Just about the waist. Let me see. The chains, that's depending on you where you want to put it. But I would have tried to make it more believable with the chain. Given that the hand is here, I would have did like a whip that goes like this. And then just make a chain within that whip. But the chain you have to make is the knee has to be far up. Yeah, I know. So like I'm saying, if I whip this, I will make it into a chain. Yes, those are chains. They're like chains like Kurapika have. But I will bring up the foot, leg, slant the foot as well as this foot is actually under the knee. I'll give you some demonstration in a bit. Let me just get this out of the way as fast as I can. I'll give you a demonstration in a bit.
Says that a known user for 5 year lol did them kinda fast. Says I don't know if I've ever seen chains like that before.
I like chains, but I see them from Hunter x Hunter. just circles? No, more like whips. You gotta whip them like
Says I used to draw swords, but the foreshortening to making them straight is tough.
like a, what do you call it? A action line. To make swords, you have to use the molding method. That's the easiest way to make a sword. Probably the fastest too. Oh, there it is.
Says it's not that. It's when they're sort of pointing directly at you with the swords point that's hard.
Oh, that's easy too. There's not really much to deal with. Oh, Steam sells back. Okay. Give it a look at it later.
Says it. Tear down
Oh.
is still too expensive. Says you're making me want to get back into practicing my weak points.
You should. You should. There you go. Ah. I hate when that happens.
Says I could foreshorten them, but it's tricky when I don't have a ruler nearby wall.
I don't think that's a need of a ruler unless you're using perspective. I never use that. I think there's no need to use it because, like, if there's no like defined direction other than just foreshortening towards you.
For 5, you do traditional. Says you sound tired. Didn't sleep well last night.
Nope, I was fine. Oh, let me see. Okay.
Says that, yeah, a lot of it. It's my comfy medium. Says I learned perspective better with traditional more than digital, cause it's more hands-on.
Let me see.
Says that a known user for 5 I like it to, but I always rip the paper with the eraser.
Should always have that there? Okay. What the fuck?
Says it's same. I currently use a multimedia sketchbook cause it's more durable. Says at it now user for 5. Yeah, that's why I bought the tablet. It's like on paper, but no paper. Says at it now user for 5. I wanted expand 1, but there's none in my country. Says I see a lot of people use an Apple Pen. Says at a known user for 5. Yeah, those are pricey. Says a lot of people on Discord said I should try to use human poses for the reference.
Makes sense to me. They're not wrong telling you that.
Says brew I will lose my mind. Says they said the ones I found were stylized, but it's hard to find the poses since I don't know them. Says names of them. Says TikTok is removing every comment.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Oh wait. Oh my god, I forgot. Good. Hey, Rise over there. I didn't know he was over there. I gotta figure out how you get notification sounds over there on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts. It's gonna be hard.
Says I was over there.
Yeah, I was just realized. I didn't notice that till now. It doesn't notify me, so I have to physically go check for myself. It's annoying, but...
know the kind of poses I'm using, what they're called?
I would just say karate, kung fu, martial arts. Fighting poses.
Says gotcha, thanks. I might be able to find some human poses of that.
Okay, first thing, her hair is not this blonde.
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card, earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases you want, like dance lessons, and on more you need, like memory foam inserts. That's real life ready. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
I don't know.
Says yeah. Says just fixing my drawing.
Hmm. Hmm.
Says I said teach that thing in Discord, but don't know if he saw it.
Hold on. I wonder if it would be possible to show how to draw this around her legs.
Says you're good. Love the color on her BTW.
I'm not sure where the there's no tension lines. There will be no tension lines whatsoever. There'll be like one or two little lines. You can literally just draw it onto that, given how tight that is.
Says, but how would I draw it around her waist exactly?
Just around the waist, just. Like that. Literally just like 1, 2, 3, that's it. That's it.
Says would I show any wrinkles near the
Nope.
crotch area?
Not really. So right in the corner right here. It's skin tight, so it doesn't matter. Not really. Only like 3 or 4 little wrinkles. That's not even wrinkles. They're like stretch lines. And that's it.
Says gotcha. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay. Jeez. Okay, go over here. Grab this. God, that is annoying. I gotta figure out how to stop that.
Says the wrinkles on clothing or the painting.
Yeah, you gotta make sense out of that. Depending on the material. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This was a waste of time.
Says it's learning how to make the clothes move on the character that's tricky moto. Says at a known user for 5, I kinda understand where they have to fold and stuff, but to draw it. Says I have a lot of messy lines.
My dumbass. Okay.
Hershey. Sub_Hershey lurk.
What's up, Hirsch? What's going on?
Says gonna send something really quick.
I don't know what that means.
Says I may play it on stream free.
What are you talking about?
Says there's a Rhythm Heaven-like game that just came out. I have it and I may stream it.
Okay.
Says okay
Yeah, that seems quite right. Okay.
Says it more lathers meat.
Hold on. Meep.
Says I think I fixed it.
Hold on. I did a big mistake on this whole thing. I made a big mistake on this drawing.
Says what mistake?
The hair doesn't make any sense. Well, anyway, let me see over here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mono, for X282 likes.
Oh, that's interesting. Alright, let me see. Well, it won't be all that different. There's not really much. You just have to.
Says wait, can't quite see. It's zoomed in a little too far. Says it bright or close beat. Haven't got a chance to do that in a while. Been hanging out on Twitch 3. Says thanks. Says would I draw the shoe kind of sideways for the foot that's lower?
No, you just draw exactly what the foot is.
Says teach, can you also check mine after because I will go play for a bit soon.
Okay. It's like redrawing the foot again, but just putting something over it. Okay, that's a lot better. The foot's up. That's correct. I would also fix the foot. The leg is good, but the foot needs to be pivoted towards you, not... It has to look directly toward... Like, okay, so like... See, the foot is looking directly at us. You were supposed to draw it like this. That's it. Because your foot is looking that way and the knee is looking that way. The knee is always looking in the same direction as the foot. That's a common fact. The knee is always looking the same direction as the foot. You have your foot looking this way as the knee is looking directly at us. So what you need to see is that this foot is looking directly at us as the knee is as well. Yours right here is literally looking this way as the knee is looking at us. So you need to fix this foot. And this foot too. It needs to be slanted. See how this is slanted the way it is? it's slanted. This one is directly looking at us. Always remember, the knee is always in the direction of where the foot is looking. So the knee is looking this way, the foot has to look the same direction. So, let me see.
Says it's the slant in the shoe.
So like, see like how I have my knee looking this way as the foot looks this way? Knee is looking this way as the foot is looking this way. That's a common rule. I kind of found out myself that the knee is always looking the same direction where the foot is going. So wherever you aim the knee, the foot has to follow.
Says, can you show how to do that other foot?
Which one? Ooh. I'm getting tired.
Says bottom one.
No, all I did was just literally didn't really do much. I just made a foot that slants like that. So like one. Where? Oops. And that's it. And then anything else you could just add as a muscle and then make sense of it as it goes. The key is for it to look organic as possible. People draw a foot as like with this one straight thing. It does not look like that. I mean the leg, I mean. So you're supposed to be like 1, 2, 1, 2. That's really up to you. So you should draw the foot like this.
Says okay, thanks.
Like that. And then you start putting the bumps and lumps on the side after to make it look more organic.
Says gotcha, thanks.
Oh.
Says I will come back. I will play for a bit CIA.
Alright. I think it's time for me to start doing the podcast. So I'm gonna stop playing this. I tell you something, this TikTok gaslights you like no one's business. This shit really likes to gaslight the shit out of you. Yeah, okay, so flip, boop, joop. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is do the reaction stuff. Okay. Boop. All right. Oh. Okay. Okay. So, Clownfish TV. What the F is going on with Disney Star Wars right now? I'm not really sure, but we'll figure that out in a second. I'm not a big Star Wars fan at all, but I don't think I'm a Star Wars fan to begin with, but it's Disney, so, you know, let's go.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And it's time for another daily dose of dismal Disney. We're going to talk about Star Wars this time. We talked about Marvel in a different video today, but it seems like Disney is starting to freak out, I think, because of the possibility of Nelson Peltz and Jay Rizzullo getting board seats. And one of the things that they wanted to do was have more oversight over films and which films got greenlit and which investments they've made were profitable. So we're seeing Disney chopping a bunch of Marvel movies, and now they're announcing some more Star Wars movies, including Patty Jenkins' Rogue Squadron movie. But it's also being floated around that Disney has apparently, they're self-reporting that they made $12 billion off of Star Wars since they bought it in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I believe that. I'm going to be honest, but it has to do with a filing with the SEC that they put out there. And we know that Disney, tends to massage the numbers a little bit. But yeah, they're saying that they got a 3 times the return on investment that they paid for Star Wars. And that includes all the movies and the merchandise and stuff like that. Now, what's not completely clear from this is just how they're accounting for the production costs and the marketing and stuff like that. But trust us, bro, we made $12 billion on Star Wars since we bought it. So we're good stewards of Star Wars, even though a lot of the movies did not do well at the box office, just the first couple. So we're gonna talk about Star Wars now. We're gonna talk about this pivot
Ryga
again.
Samurai.
It doesn't seem like they know what they're
Yo.
doing. I think what's going on is they're freaking out. I think Kathleen Kennedy might actually be in danger of potentially losing her job
This time?
For real,
Maybe.
for reals. And
What's your
Yay!
credit card debt balance? If it's $10,000 or more, here are 3 easy solutions you can start implementing today.
And Kevin Feige.
She already ruined like Willow and Indiana Jones. She's still there.
Yeah, I don't understand. So I think what they're doing is they are trying to do as much damage control to shore this up, because I guarantee you there are going to be questions asked, and they're going to be like, "What are you working on with Star Wars? What did you make money on Star Wars?"
How many things do they keep announcing and then they cancel? And then the thing with the thing that they were trying to stick to was the whole we're gonna do a Rey movie because we're gonna do more Rey, which doesn't make any sense after the last ones didn't do well.
Yeah.
And then it went from that to Mandalorian movie's coming first.
Yeah, so the Mandalorian movie for sure is going to happen, which is basically, I think, going to be season 4 done as a movie, and that's probably going to be
That's
the
what
end
they're
of Pedro
saying.
Pascal.
But I mean, who knows?
Ew.
Ryga Samurai.
We've got...
Now
For
he's
real,
doing
for
Yeah,
real?
he's doing Fantastic
He's
Four.
doing
so
Fantastic
I don't know.
Four.
Was he gonna have time to do both?
Might be, but like, Jesus Christ. They just said, if what they're saying is true, they said they're gonna make Mandalorian the movie, and it's just season 3 in one whole sitting. I'm like, what? If that's true, that's lame. Why would you do that? Like, who cares? Like, that's like what they did with Demon Slayer, which I don't really understand why people did that. Why did they did that in the first place? It's just literally season 3 as a movie. I don't know how people like shit like that. That's just a weird bait and switch. It's just weird.
Probably not. Plus, he's doing The Last of Us. Well, that's okay. He won't be in it after season 2 anyway.
That's right.
But anyway, so they announced Rogue Squadron again. But then we're also hearing that the Lando movie is
Yes.
going to happen again.
Well, no. He's saying he would come back if they gave him a lot of money.
Donald Glover, apparently what's going on.
Oh, okay, the Donald Glover.
Yeah, they were going to do it as a movie. Then they were going to do it as a series.
Yes.
And then now it's back to a movie, but Donald Glover and his brother are working on it. They actually.
I thought they were going to write it.
Yeah, they're going to write it, but they fired the other people, the people that were involved that were the Han Mansion people.
I remember that Donald Glover kind of admitted that he was a diversity hire for 30 Rock. He actually admitted that he was a diversity hire. They didn't hire him because he was talented. They hired him because he was black. That's it. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Donald Glover isn't talented or funny. They just happen to diverse hire him, and he happens to be talented. They just lucked out with him. Funny enough. So that's what DEI was trying to do. It was supposed to, or ESG, DEI, whatever. That's what it was trying to do. It would just pick people literally off the street, and because they happen to fit a criteria, they must be automatically like talented and have charisma and all these other things. But no, it's rarely that ever happened. I think Donald Glover, which is Childish Gambino, just happened to be actually talented. He's the only, I think, DEI diversity hire that actually is a success of any other diversity hire. Every other diversity hire I've never heard that was a success. It was just literally just a mistake. So that's something that I think progressives will run with for the rest of their lives. Say, look at Donald Glover. He became something. I'm like, so we're going to take the one person for the thousands and probably even 100,000s of people that we hired, or even in the, even in the millions that we hired that didn't turn back a profit or became a household name. So is that your argument? We're going to use that? Okay. I don't know. I think progressives don't like making money.
Justin Simeon.
Right. But I'm saying, what's this have to do with Billy D. Williams?
Well, he said he would come back if they pay him a whole lot of money.
But it wouldn't be about him. It would be about
Glover's
version of.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, I could see them using him as like a framing, kind of like they did with the Hobbit movies or something. But like,
I don't know. I don't think they'll bother. I think they'll just go with the young version.
But what I'm saying is, like, you hear nothing about anything going on at Star Wars until Disney has the pressure put on them by Triangle Group, and Triangle Group says, we're going to watch you and we're going to hold your feet to the fire and be like, what are you doing with these franchises?
Is it all going to disappear though if they don't win the?
I think so.
Is it all just going to disappear? Like poof, gone. Oh, we know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they just want to look like they have a plan. They want to look like Star Wars is profitable, and I'm still questioning this. I
think they made money. I'm not going to say they didn't. I think they made more than they paid for it. I think when you take into consideration the costs of things minus what they netted, I don't think it's as much as they're saying.
There's a lot there's a lot of creative accounting going on, and Disney is notorious for this. But
and SEC, when stuff gets reported, they seem to like not do anything about it. But okay.
Yeah, when it comes to Disney, the whistleblower goes to the SEC and they do nothing about it. It just goes down the memory hole, right? Yeah, there was a story that went around a few years ago that David Prowse never got royalties for Return of the Jedi because they tried to tell him it was.
Oh, Jesus.
wasn't profitable.
Yeah, like his person didn't set up the same way other people's contracts got set up or something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because he wasn't like a face actor or what the deal was, but that was the official story. It was like, oh yeah, Return of the Jedi lost money. I'm like, Return of the Jedi did not lose money. There's no way. Now this could actually bite Disney in the ass though, because be like, oh yeah, we got to pony up some more royalties then, I guess, because we didn't lose money on this stuff. We got to pony up some royalties to the Star Wars authors that we tried to screw over a couple of years ago. But let's talk about the Patty Jenkins thing. This is coming from piratesandprincesses.net. Mr. Milo wrote this. Patty Jenkins says that she returned to working on Rogue Squadron.
Yeah, so Rogue Squadron was canceled. Like, we heard about it, and it was going to be happening. And it was like way back, December 2020, okay? And she had done Wonder Woman, and then she was going to do Rogue Squadron, which she was kind of basing because her dad was a U.S. Air Force pilot. Right?
Yeah.
So, which sounded pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. And they made a big deal announcing it. And then you didn't hear anything about it. And then it was like, there was like, oh, it was supposed to be creative differences and stuff. And then because the Wonder Woman film, Wonder Woman 3, she wasn't going to be able to do it. And then there was, I don't know, the vibe that was given at the time was Jenkins seemed irritated. And I think that Kathleen Kennedy was at work again, in my opinion. Anyway, then that got canceled and removed from the slate. Because it was supposed to be out by now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was removed from the slate in 2022. Now, then they said, oh, the Wonder Woman 3 film got canceled at the end of 2022. So because it got canceled, she's coming back. But the strike, they just got her coming back around the strike time, which was months ago. The strike started. You never heard anything. You never heard Patty Jenkins was coming back to do another movie. It was supposed to be around the time that the strikes began, but that was like last summer, and nothing was ever mentioned. And now all of a sudden, Patty Jenkins is back for Rogue Squadron. It was planned months ago. We just never said anything about it until just now when, there's different activist groups trying to come in and now they have to perform.
Yeah, and this is kind of like that throwing spaghetti against the wall. It's like, humna. Oh, what did we announce before? Oh, people seem to like that Rogue Squadron idea.
Yeah, basically. That's how it comes across.
X-Wings versus TIE Fighters. Yeah, it's money in the bank. Yeah, we'll do that. Meanwhile, we're not hearing much about that Rey movie. We're hearing about Lando again.
About it, yeah.
But Donald Glover is popular again because of the Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which I thought was boring as hell, but some people like it. They're watching it,
Yeah. So here's what she told Collider. So when I left Star Wars to do Wonder Woman 3, I thought maybe I'd come back to Star Wars after Wonder Woman 3. The way it was presented at the time it happened, it did not seem like the Wonder Woman was an excuse, is how it came across, okay? So we did a deal for that to happen, started a deal, but I thought I was doing Wonder Woman. So she's speaking around it. And then and it got removed from the slate and everything got canceled. And then it was like into limbo and then it was gone. When that deal went away, Lucasfilm and I were like, oh, okay. So she admits that deal went away.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we got to finish this deal. But you talked like it was a done deal. Kathleen Kennedy got up and said it was pretty much a done deal. That Patty Jenkins, and there was a whole video.
They had she was on the tarmac or whatever, and the
But
whole
now
thing.
the deal went away. But now we got to finish this deal. Which deal? It sounds like there's a new deal, but it didn't go away. But it did. This is like talking in circles. We finished the deal right as the strike was happening.
Oh my
okay, so
God.
during the strike, but that was still like summer until like fall. So I now owe a draft of Star Wars, and we'll see what happens there. Like, who knows? So she's even like, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with Star Wars stuff, like until you actually see it, I don't know if you can believe it.
It's hard. They have a hard job in front of them of what's the first movie they're going to do. They have other directors who've been working, but I am now, I'm back on doing Rogue Squadron.
Who gives a fuck? They did this to themselves. When they started saying the Force is female to a overlining male franchise, you fucked yourself. Like, I don't care what anyone tells me. It was ultimately or pretty big on the male audience compared to females. Not saying there's no females that's not in Star Wars or there's no females who doesn't enjoy Star Wars. My girlfriend's sister loves Star Wars. I know for a fact. So like I know that females like Star Wars, but it's ultimately and generally popular amongst males the most. So if there's like 40% women, it's 60% men. So I'm saying, so if it's like 30% women, it's 70% men. So I will cater to the male audience more than I would the females. And remember, you was already catering to the male audience from before, even when females became a thing for Star Wars. So, like, why would I change anything for females when I can just leave it for males? They came in as not the target audience, and then they started growing for that target audience that we was focusing on anyway. So there's nothing to change. This is the problem with alright, I'll check it later. But like that's something that a lot of people do not realize. If something's working, like if ultimately Barbie was is for women. It was focused on women, right? And I guess anyone who actually identifies as such, but like just mainly for women, right? So why would I try and make it any more male than I would for female? So like if there's 40% male for Barbie for whatever reason, and then there's 60% for females, I will focus on the females. You know what I'm saying? That makes more sense. You can't cater to both. You gotta cater to one. It is what it is.
And we'll see what happens. We need to develop, to get it where we're both super happy with it.
Okay, that could take years. I'm just saying. I like the first Wonder Woman movie. The second one was dog shit. That's why there's a Wonder Woman 3. It was very rapey. Yeah, it was cringy too. It was just it was
not good.
It like reminded me of, I mean, they got the tone right because it reminded me of like a schlocky 80s superhero made for TV movie,
Yeah. I'm not, some people like Kristen Wiig. I'm just not a huge fan of her, but
Yeah, so it's just it's weird. I mean, look, all this stuff happened within the last couple days. The magical $12 billion number, because everybody's like, oh, Star Wars is losing money. I mean, come on, they didn't count the theme parks in. They had to shut down the hotel because it lost them a ton of money.
A whole bunch of money on that.
So you take $1 billion out of for what they spent on Galaxy's Edge, and I don't know what they spent on the hotel. I think it was like $300 billion or something.
And there's no way to really account for how much it made back other than like direct food sales and stuff, unless they take a percentage of the sales of every ticket and claim that was money returned. But they didn't. They said so. There's that.
Yeah. So all of this, it just strikes me as reactionary, and we've said this before. And the problem with Disney now is they are a reactionary company, not a visionary company. The only reason they're doing this now is there's a real danger that they could lose some board seats to people that are actually going to make them be accountable.
I just don't get why they're panicking so hard and why they're flipping out so much. It was just a matter of losing a couple seats. It seems like so much more than that. Like, I don't know. It's another one of I don't lose type situations. Like he overspent on Fox because he didn't want to lose.
We don't lose, but we lost Reedy Creek and
we lost a lot of money.
We lost a lot of money, and yeah, no, I think it's more. You get some board members in there, and they might be able to push for more change at the company. And they might be able to push for more
people with making sense.
Yeah, push for more oversight. I mean, if you've got,
there definitely needs to be more oversight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they just greenlight anything. And a lot of it just doesn't work, whether it's Marvel or Star Wars or Pixar or whatever. It's like you can't spend $200-300 million on a movie that's not going to make money.
What's really funny, though, about this graphic, of all these graphics, right? They're claiming the theme parks have nothing to do with these graphics, but they keep including the theme parks in the graphics. Star Tours at Disneyland, Walt Disney World. This is a history. Well, since Disney bought it. The adventure continues. Disneyland Paris. Galaxy's Edge. They're putting them on the graphic. Same with Marvel's, Avengers Campus, and then the Frozen and the Toy Story stuff. They're putting it on the graphics as being in the parks and the mouse ears pictures you're seeing, especially with Toy Story. There's a bunch of those. But they're claiming in the write-up that the theme parks don't count into the totals. So why have a graphic with all these theme park entries unless you're deliberately trying to mislead people? They're not actually counting that in the data, but they're counting it in the data. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it wouldn't be as impressive if you have to take another $1 billion or $2 billion off of there
Because
because
it
of the
reads like they're
Yeah.
counting it into the numbers because
Yeah.
they go down this flow chart and at the end they put a number. So they're doing it all, and then even before they owned it, right? Like Star Wars and stuff. They're going the whole way down to the end, including theme parks, but they're claiming that doesn't count in the totals.
Yeah.
I mean, Frozen, Toy Story, they owned the whole time, so that, I mean that's theirs. But once again, it's a bunch of mouse ears that they even claim in their disclaimer doesn't count to that amount.
No.
So why incorporate them into the graphic other than try and make it look like you did more than you did? I don't understand.
Well, that's what this whole
It's very confusing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this whole thing is about. This whole thing is about confusing shareholders. This whole thing is about making it look like Star Wars is doing gangbusters and that they have a plan and all these movies are coming and they're going to go back to, because I'm sure they're getting it. They're probably like, well, what about all those Star Wars movies that you announced that you didn't make? What about, Star Wars making money because we're seeing all the merchandise rotting on the shelves at Ollie's and nobody seems excited about Star Wars anymore and the viewership's going down. Is Star Wars actually bringing it or not? And we've done $12 billion since we bought it.
Well, all these different symbols, these arrows are just the Disney Plus shows, and a lot of them didn't do great.
No.
But they're not. Oh, and 3 films are coming.
Yeah, the only one that did well, honestly, was The Mandalorian, and then Book of Boba Fett. They shot themselves in the foot. But
again, with Avengers, where are all the Disney Plus shows being listed? They're not listing those.
No, they're not.
So this is very confusing, and they're not. They have the Disney. They have the NFL something, whatever, or this NFL thing, whatever here.
Oh, the alt cast they did.
For the Toy Story.
Yeah.
And they have the Olaf Presents and stuff listed for Frozen from Disney Plus. But when it comes to Avengers, they don't have any of that listed. And you can't say you can't fit it in because they crammed all this shit in for Star Wars. This is very weird.
Yeah. I do believe that Pixar overall they've definitely got a return on their investment because since they bought Pixar, they've had a lot of movies do really well.
Right.
Plus the merchandise, the toy sales and stuff. Marvel, I totally agree with.
What?
They've had it for years and years.
Up until post Endgame, they've been doing really well with Marvel stuff. Still, I mean, honestly, Marvel stuff, Spider-Man stuff, Captain America stuff still sells pretty well. Kids are still buying that stuff. Star Wars, I really question, but
I just think it's weird. Like, I mean, this whole.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Big Wireless has once again raised their prices. In response,
The whole thing is just weird.
And of course, we've got Game Reactor out there kind of tapping in the end zone like, well, it looks like those Star Wars fans that were hoping they were going to sell Star Wars, they're just going to have to choke on it because they made money.
I didn't think they were going to sell Star Wars.
I don't know. That was
You've mentioned it a few times, but I've said the same time every time. I don't think they're going to sell it because they need it.
You know what's funny? You know what's really awkward and funny? If most of these companies just don't do the DEI thing and just ignore Larry Fink and the other ones, you can use the journalist to your advantage, right? So if they're gonna report saying Disney is not gonna do any more DEI or diversity in the next movie or whatever the fuck, that's a great person to write for you, because once they start saying how evil they are and not putting any diversity in it for their upcoming notable franchise or their next movie, that's gonna make people come to the movie in general. Think about it. Think closely on this. If you do the diversity, you're not making any money. You was not making any money for a good while since you did the whole diversity thing on purpose and forcefully. Why don't you just go the opposite direction? What's there to lose? Right? If you're not making any money, as you claim, why just go the opposite direction? And then let them make their hit pieces. Right? And once they make their little hit pieces, you can use the journalist to your advantage when they're all angry and shit and write all whatever evil articles.
Raiga Samurai. You're onto something.
Yeah, think about it. Because when everyone was complaining, like, remember when everyone was complaining about Hogwarts Legacy? Hey Panda, you like you see how everyone was complaining about like all the journalists and all of them was and activists was going after Hogwarts Legacy, and it became the most grossing game of all time in such a fast amount of time. Jeff Keighley ignored it. But people are still buying Hogwarts Legacy. People are still talking about Hogwarts Legacy to this day. It's not like it's not remembered, right? This is a franchise that people recognize. It's Harry Potter. So why don't you take your Avengers, your Toy Stories, your Disney princesses, and just go back the opposite direction? It's not like you're making money going forward. Right? And then if they say evil things, they said evil things about J.K. Rowling, she's still making billions right now. You don't see Universal cutting ties with this woman. Actually, quite frank, I think they need to defend this woman too. Right? That would make total sense. Just use their anger as a beacon to let people who are tired of this shit to go see your movie. So use them in your in that sense. It makes total sense to me. Because like think of it this way. Disney listened to the activists back in the whole the whole bill thing back with DeSantis. Look what happened to them. Right? Look at Amazon Prime. Reacher is popular, but it's not popular amongst like the zeitgeist of people, like little kids and teenagers, right? It's only for people who know what Reacher is, if they read the actual novel, right? Or watched some of the Tom Cruise movies, if you ever remember that. And that was back, what, 2010? Or 20, or I think in 2009 or 2010 or probably 2013 at best, right? It is 2024. Reacher is a white male straight lead, and it's making more money than Marvel's. The Marvels. And this is a franchise that's not that big compared to Marvel, Disney, like Disney franchises. It's just not. It's popular, but it's not that popular amongst these other franchises. So like think of it that way. They're going the opposite direction. They're making millions of dollars off Reacher on just season 1 alone. There's a season 2 coming. So why would I go forwards with this DEI nonsense, ESG stupidness, knowing it's making me no money? Let the angry people be your actual promoters, right? The more people that was angry at J.K. Rowling for pushing these about Hogwarts Legacy were the main promoters of the game. It actually made people who didn't like those people to go buy the fucking game. Actually, there's more people who bought several copies just to be an asshole to the people who did not like the activists. So why the fuck would I go down the activist route? They have no money, no power at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes total sense in my head. Use your enemies' attacks against them. Makes sense to me.
Was going around, and I thought it was kind of dubious. But okay, so the rumor that actually was going around wasn't necessarily they were for sure going to sell Star Wars, but they were going to put an offer together for, I guess, some Saudis to potentially buy. Oh yeah, I do remember that. And that I mean, look, they bought the WWE. You know, these Saudis, they buy up a lot of entertainment companies. And I could see them if Disney was like, yeah, we don't know what we're doing with Star Wars. We'll just sell it. And they have sold. Yeah,
I've been hearing that too. Where if they sell Disney or the Disney properties to the Saudis, best believe you'll never see a person of diverseness ever again. And I'm not talking about people who happen to be like dark skin or anything. I'm talking about orientation type people. If the Saudis gets their hands on those franchises at all, you will never, ever, ever, ever hear any close to anything about diverseness at all. It will actually course correct itself instantly. It won't even take years. They will just straight up retcon every fucking thing. So, like, let's just say, like, we wrote certain characters to be a certain way, in a movie or from a franchise, like, just say Iceman. Let's use Iceman, because we know how that's going. Say they took Iceman for X-Men, and the Saudis bought X-Men from Fox or from Disney or the fuck. Iceman will never, ever, ever be mentioned of what he was that we know him for the last what, 2 decades now, or a decade now. They will so course correct, and he'll be a ladies' man at that point. They'll deliberately make Iceman into a ladies' man for like no reason whatsoever. It will happen. It will happen. Oh, and there will be no like Christian undertones either. I don't know if they're gonna even mention about their own God at all in those franchises, but they will not be talking about Christian ideology. They may just keep it just about the show and only the show alone. So it actually solves both the religious problem and the diverse problem, to be honest. So any character that was turned into a certain orientation, if bought by the Saudis, will totally be retconned completely. So you see, Jessica, is this Jessica Chavez, Captain Chavez, or yeah, I think Chavez. Her 2 moms won't exist.
Time, I do not believe they
No,
would.
I think because it was in the theme parks and it was so
Disney
entrenched.
Plus, and they need it for films, and they need it moving forward. There was no way in hell they'd sell it separately from the company.
No, so
I'll stand by that, and I could be wrong.
Well,
but I'm going to stand by that.
Plus, it's going to look bad anyway. It's like, wait, you guys dropped $4 billion on Star Wars. It's supposed to be one of your pillars, content pillars, and you turn around in a decade and sell it off because you don't know what you're doing with it. Like Power Rangers, that kind of made sense because Power Rangers was never as big as Star Wars.
No,
I mean, Power Rangers was big in the 90s, but this wasn't like a cornerstone IP for Disney. They had Power Rangers Land at Disney World, but so it's a totally different thing. But yeah, unfortunately, I think we're stuck with Disney owning Star Wars, and there are 2 ways to go about it if you are not a fan of Disney Star Wars. One is you just ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist like I do. It's not canon, it's not part of my head canon. And the other is hopefully Kathleen Kennedy someday gets gone and they get somebody better in there and they make better stuff. But I don't know, guys. I don't think George Lucas is coming back. He's damn near 80 years old at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to sell it anytime soon.
They should have brought him back as a consultant a long time ago, and they didn't.
They should have. But I mean, what are you supposed to do? I wouldn't go back. I'd be like, we had an agreement when I sold you Star Wars. You were going to make the 3 movies I outlined, and you threw them in the garbage and did your own thing. And now here you are.
You're a dumbass.
Now Rey is going to the garbage with, my script. She's going to the landfill with Rose Tico. It's like, geez. Anyway, we're going to wrap this up.
Yeah.
Okay, so please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, and we'll talk later.
Bye.
You dumbass. React to this. Well, I don't see anything. There's nothing there. If that's what I'm supposed to react to nothing. Alright, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoyed this. It was Clownfish TV. They talked about the whole Disney debacle. I gave my opinion on that and all that great stuff, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters. Okay. I don't know if she's still here. There's nothing. There's nothing. All right, we're going to next to DC Comics. So there's two of them. There's two from West. So DC Comics accused of using AI art in Batman. Interesting. So Wes is talking about it here. We're gonna hear what he has to say. This is interesting nonetheless, because I always wondered if they was ever gonna do that. Now we are figuring that out. Let's go.
People that decided to invest in Joker Year One from Chip Zdarsky, Giuseppe Camuncoli, with some story elements illustrated by Andrea Sorrentino recently. You came away from a bad story, but there was also some really perplexing art in there. In fact, when I reviewed the first issue, I was like, there's something wrong with Andrea Sorrentino's art here. He has a style that's very familiar. It's something that I personally like. He certainly uses a ton of photo reference, and you can see that he takes images that are already exist and incorporates them into his art and all that kind of stuff. But he did it with his own style and flair and stuff, and I think it really worked. But there was an enormous departure in Joker Year One, specifically in the flash forward parts where they're 40 years in the future or whatever it is, and the world has become Joker zombies or something like that. And I remember saying, hey man, there's something really fucked up about this. It doesn't look like his art. And there's some weird things going on with it that it almost looked like perhaps Andrea Sorrentino had taken his art, maybe illustrated some stuff, and then run it through AI filters to change it and make it look a little bit different. That was my belief at the time of what had actually happened. But I'm not personally an artist. I do personally use Midjourney just a little bit for some elements of thumbnails here and there, but I don't have a lot of experience with it. So it wasn't something I could really talk on specifically and say, hey, this and this and this. Your eye can just tell that something is off about this. And I am not the only one that noticed something was a little bit afoul. I saw other people talking about it, but finally an artist actually went out there and started pointing out some of the weird things going on with Andrea Sorrentino's art. And not only do they believe AI was involved in it, they think it is AI art just in general, like it isn't enhanced by AI art, like it was created by AI, which would be a big problem for DC Comics. I do think a lot of people trust DC and Marvel. If you're going to put down your $5, your $6, up to $10 on a comic book these days, that you're actually getting art illustrated by an artist. And I do think this will end up being a black eye and probably will spark some more debate on the future of AI art within the comic book industry itself. I do think inevitably at some point DC and Marvel are going to figure out, once AI kind of really catches up and can do seamless art where you can't really see it so much, that it's going to be a lot cheaper to have comic books illustrated in the interiors by AI rather than real artists themselves. And I imagine they'll probably start out with covers first because that's a little bit easier of a thing to do, to sell it on covers, and you can generate a bunch of different variant covers. And we do know that Marvel and DC are obsessed and addicted to the variant covers. So I do think this is a inadvertent case study on how people are going to react to DC and Marvel Comics publishing AI interior art. In a twist that seems ripped from the pages of a comic book, DC Comics' latest Batman series has come under scrutiny, with accusations flying that the artwork might be a product of artificial intelligence. This controversy touches on broader debates within the creative industries about the role and recognition of AI-generated content and whether it can or should replace human creativity. The Batman series, a staple of DC Comics output, has long been celebrated for its rich storytelling and dynamic visual art, making these allegations particularly poignant for fans and creators alike. That is probably the craziest thing about this, is that if DC Comics did let it slip through, they actually let AI art into their published comic books, that they would actually let it in on the Batman series, their flagship comic book, because that's obviously going to stir up a lot of controversy. There are a lot of people, especially comic book pros, that absolutely hate the idea of AI art being published by DC and Marvel. We've seen a lot of AI artists or people that dabble in AI art. I don't know if you want to call someone that does prompts an artist.
No, they're not an artist. Anyone who writes a prompt is not an artist. Oh, you're just a wordist. You don't use words. Fuck? Like, I'll call you a phraser, but you're no fucking artist. Like, what the fuck? You're not an artist because you can put words together. If anything, you're if that's becoming an artist, I'm a school teacher. I'm an English school teacher. I'm a professor at Harvard. Are you fucking stupid? Are you stupid? If you conflate those two things and you can actually sit there and say, I'm an artist because I read a prompt. Really? That's funny. You're funny. You're delusional as fuck and stupid. But no, man, that's not how that works. So that means if I put a collar around my neck, am I a dog all of a sudden?
Ryaga Samurai.
What the fuck?
A phraser low.
You're just a phraser. I can give you that much. You can phrase well, and it might give you what you want. Because sometimes using those things can be really tricky on how you word things, and you might get something completely different or something close but not close enough, and you have to rephrase what you're saying. I'll give you that much, but you're in creativity and like trying to think of a scenario on how this would work and how that would pan out. But artists, fuck no. That's all you're a phraser. You phrase. You are a phraser. You phrase things and it makes things. That's two different things. It's not even making. It's just taking from other people's shit and just slapping it together. If anything, it's not even making anything original. It's just taking what's already existing and just either doing whatever the fuck it wants with it. But no, it doesn't even make. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But people that have been big proponents of AI art get removed from conventions because a lot of the old school traditional artists do lose their minds, even though a lot of them are now using, at least digital enhancements and backgrounds and all that kind of stuff. We've certainly seen a lot of changes when it comes to how comic book art looks over the last 5-10 years. A lot of it, in my opinion, certainly for the worse. Specifically, coloring is awful nowadays. I wish they would go back to fucking markers because it looks so much better and more dynamic and more fun to see than what they're doing with colors these days. But a lot of times you will just see what are clearly like 3D elements placed in the background and shit like that. And this is obviously taking it to another step where you're just going in doing the prompts and you're pulling out the pictures to put into the comic book. There were a lot of inconsistencies within the art that Andrea Sorrentino was doing for the future. Moments where things looked really out of place. Like there's this visual of a Batman riding a horse with a speaker because he's playing the frequency. That was basically going to cure everybody from being zombie jokers or whatever. And the speaker looks so weird in comparison to everything else in the image with Batman on the horse, and it's very stylized. And it all looks like, it was created by the same AI artist, and then it looks like he put a speaker in there. It was very, very strange. But we do have some more explicit details and examples of this in a March 10th thread on X, formerly known as Twitter.
Is that an extra finger?
Numerous potential reasons.
There's an extra finger on the finger.
May very well have utilized AI.
Bro, there's an extra finger on the finger. What in the hell? Bro. Bro,
Oh dang, LOL.
It's a finger on the finger. It looked like a tree. It looks like a tree. It looks like a tree.
Work in the current Batman run, stating, now that I've read all the issues of Batman that Andrea Sorrentino contributed to, I feel like there's a pretty strong case that AI art is being used. Leach went on to note the usual telltale signs of AI-generated artwork in DC Comics' recent Batman 143, written by Chip Zdarsky and illustrated by Andrea Sorrentino and Giuseppe Camuncoli. These include strange anatomy errors.
What he said? He said, wait, he said, let me put up. Did they look this? No, they're now looking it over. It was already published way back. Oh, well, not way back, but it's been published just recently. Now they're looking at it closely and like, something about that ain't right. They should have oversight on this before they've put it out. They had no one oversighting this? This is wild.
A human is not likely to make, such as the Joker's weird hands and wandering nipples. I never thought I was going to get to make a video about wandering nipples, but now that I've done it once, I want to do it again. Yes, there were some weird stuff. Like you see on the one image, the one nipple's where it's supposed to be, and the other one's like in the rib cage. Certainly, you wouldn't expect a human to make that kind of mistake. The hands are disfigured, not in so much of a grotesque manner, but they're almost like webbed. Like the AI wasn't able to differentiate the digits themselves in some places. Like I said, my initial interpretation was that it was enhanced by AI, but there's a good chance, based on what James Leach is saying, that this was just created whole cloth from AI using prompts and stuff like that, which I do think would be very sad. It would be a sad day for DC Comics and certainly Batman, and even Andrea Sorrentino, an artist that I really, really appreciate and have respected his work over the years. This isn't,
now AI art is going to be considered the art. How we have like steroids for sports? This is going to be steroids for artists. It's going to be so illegal to use. This shit is stupid. Oh my god.
something that a lot of people want to see in their comic book industry. Certainly not the artists, but I don't think a lot of fans are interested in paying these kind of prices for AI generated art. I want to see art by the most creative people in the world that have the best ideas and the best skills and all that stuff. I don't want to see art in the comic book that I'm paying for generated by prompts and people that know how to get the AI.
You know why AI art is stupid? It's like, if you're gonna make AI art, might as well let people watch people play video games. Then, like, let them watch sports. Instead of people watching sports, watch sports video games. The characters will never change. They'll never age. You'll have your Michael Jordans. You can watch your boxing video game. You know what I'm saying? You see how stupid this is? This is what it is. It's just like, it defeats the purpose of even doing any of this shit. Like, people don't buy Batman AR stuff because it's AI or it looks pretty. It's because it's Batman. But once Batman starts dying off in the sense of like popularity and stuff, you just have a bunch of AI stuff of a man in a suit. That's just pretty much what that is. And it just defeats all the purpose of keeping this so-called thing going, this franchise going, because it doesn't have the human element. This is what most of these people are not realizing. It's not about the art that actually makes people come and buy art or any of that shit. It's not the art that makes people buy it. For some normies, yeah, they might care about just because it's the art. But majority of most people who have a brain will be like, no, I just don't buy the art because I like Gacha Akuda. I like Gacha Akuda because it has that human element that I know that it was made by a human. It's funny to say that now because that never crossed someone's head back in the day. Like, I never crossed my head, oh my god, I'm buying this thing because it came from a human. You know what I'm saying? I'm buying this thing because I genuinely like, let's just say, Gacha Akuda or Soul Eater or Fire Force because it was made by the people who made it. By the people who made it, not some robot. Right? It just defeats all the purpose. Because if it's going to be perfect and look awesome by perfection, why would I buy it? I can just put in a prompt and be a phraser like anyone else. It defeats and cheapens the whole idea of it, right? That's the point. It cheapens art to the point that it's not even art anymore. It's because art is a human thing. It's a human experience. It's a human creativity. But once it becomes synthetic and used, it's not human. It's just a product. It's just a husk. It's nothing. It's just absolutely nothing. And I don't care any of these AI bros tell me it's still art. No, it's not. It's not art. It's a product. It's just a product from that point. It doesn't have any meaning. It has nothing. It has no edge. It has no human element to it. Right? You can fool people to think it's someone drew it. As far as that probably can go. But when most people who has a brain be like, nah, I can do it myself. This is why gatekeeping is needed.
My algorithm and everything to work correctly and spit out the image basically being what I want it to be. And there are a lot of inconsistencies in the art that Andrea Sorrentino uses within the issue itself. And I definitely, if you haven't seen this thread on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, from James Leach, I definitely recommend you go out there and check it for yourself because he has a lot more stuff to talk about than just this. These are just the examples that were like the biggest standout there that really paint a picture that there's a very good chance that Andrea Sorrentino took some real shortcuts in illustrating this comic book for Batman 142, 143, 144. I think that's Joker Year One. Sorrentino helped illustrate all those issues. And like I said, from the very first issue, the art does look off. The allegations of AI-generated artwork in DC Comics' new Batman series highlight a pivotal moment in the intersection of technology and traditional art forms. As the debate unfolds, it serves as a litmus test for the future of creative expression, challenging the industry to redefine the boundaries between human and machine in the artistic landscape. The resolution of this controversy will not only affect the Batman series, but also set a tone for how the comic book industry and perhaps broader artistic community engages with AI technology. And as far as I know, the people that I've talked to, like the artists that I have talked to, none of them like AI art. They don't like the AI technology because it is essentially incapable of artistic expression. It's incapable of creating anything from scratch. It's basically going out there and borrowing aspects of other people's artwork and then kind of putting something together. So it does need to learn, the AI needs to learn for other artists that have been out there like a Jim Lee or a Jack Kirby or Andrea Sorrentino or an Alex Ross and all these.
I sent my package to you. It's outside.
بالنسبة لنا في الخيم مش عايشين عيشة بني آدمين. بنقص علينا كل شيء. بنقص علينا
these kind of things, and that's how it basically generates the art. It has been determined that it is not an infringement when it comes to like copyright, and you can't like trademark AI art and stuff like that. And it certainly does have its purposes, and it does have things that are very helpful to people. Like you can do some really cool character designs, or you can do concepts of what your character would like look like, things that you would like incorporated onto a character if you're using AI art for that. I use it sometimes like there will be a character that I want to have an expression. And quite frankly, there just isn't a high resolution image out there of the Batman doing this or Spider-Man doing that. And you can use AI art to generate things like that. But I'm not selling my thumbnail as original art. I'm not actually charging anyone to go and look at my thumbnail. I think that's the biggest problem, is people have an expectation when it comes to DC Comics and Marvel Comics that we are getting original art from comic book artists and it's done by hand and all that kind of stuff. That's why a lot of people have a problem with Grade Land. That's why I have a big problem with Salvador LaRocca, because you can clearly say that he's not using photo reference a lot of times. He's clearly tracing a lot of stuff that he does nowadays. And it does feel like you're being ripped off, like you're not getting what you paid for. And I think these issues are only going to expand. And I do think DC Comics have not done this yet, but they do need to get out in front of this and say, what is their stance? What is...
I'm not gonna lie, if anyone buys... Okay. If you are saying that all your work is made by artists who draw the shit, and you find out, or we find out, that one of the artists used AI in an unethical way, which I don't even think that makes any sense. I think it shouldn't just be in there in the fucking first place. But if that's the case, you should literally reimburse anyone who bought that comic. You should reimburse anyone who bought the comic. It just makes sense in my head on why that makes sense, because no one came in to get... Because anyone can make their own comic book by using AI art. Like, you can use AI art to make your own comic. I think a dude literally made a whole novel in like an hour with just AI. He made like 3 issues with it in 1 hour with AI alone because he couldn't draw. And what's funny about that, once that was known, I don't think anyone bought his fuck book. Like, that shit is... I can understand if you have a background or something, but like when it comes to characters and shit, that's the... Like, people won't pay attention to the background. Most people pay attention to the characters that's in said background, but even that can still look off, because after a while you start realizing certain things about the background. And it's hard to get the perspectives right, because sometimes the perspective will make absolutely no sense. But that's the thing. That's why you always should get someone to do it, because they have to make it because they can always make it accurate compared to a robot.
their company's official stance on using AI generated art, interiors on covers and all that kind of stuff. Are they loosey-goosey with it? Will they accept some AI generated art? Are they against it whole cloth? Marvel Comics probably need to do the same thing, because this is only going to get bigger and bigger. AI isn't going anywhere. It's only going to get more robust and easier to use and more accessible basically to everybody. And I do certainly hope that Marvel Comics and DC Comics commit to using real artists, to using people that have honed their craft over decades upon decades and become the best artists in the world, rather than going with the easy way and the shortcut and delivering AI generated art within their comic books. But people have already made full comic books that are illustrated by AI, and they've been up on Kickstarter and Indiegogo and stuff like that. And I understand there are people that do admire AI art, and they like the idea of what it can be, and a next generation of evolution of creativity. But it doesn't really do that yet. That's one of the reasons I'm not for it. And if you're going to charge that much money, I think that they should be delivering real handcrafted art within the comic books themselves. And I just hope they speak up to it now. And I don't think this controversy is going to go away. And we're probably going to see this stuff more and more. We know that DC Comics had already published an AI generated cover a few years ago, and it looks like it's probably finally creeped into the interiors as well. Definitely want to hear from you guys. What is your stance on AI art? Are you okay with DC or Marvel incorporating AI art into the interiors? Are you okay with Marvel and DC replacing all the interiors with AI art? Are you okay with Marvel and DC replacing the covers with AI art? If I get enough responses and people have enough great points, we can have the whole video up on it, and hopefully Marvel and DC see it, and we can get our point across, whether or not we do or do not want this, because I do think it's an issue that needs to be tackled. And if you would like to keep tackling the big issues within comic books and the nerd sphere and all that kind of stuff, you need to get over to the Thinking Critical Patreon. If you want to go and fight DC and Marvel Comics and demand better comic books, that's where it's at. We have great conversations about comic books and geek culture all week long, 8 hours of new podcasts every single week. That's 32 hours of new podcasts every single month. If you haven't checked it out, there's a link in the video description. Lots of fun to be had on the Patreon.
All right, so that was Wes and the DC Comics situation with the AI problem. So, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment if you like his stuff and I like great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Later. And also give him a follow. And yours truly. Let me see. Hold on.
Moral Lather. Did you hear BMW has a video of their AI robot putting white dishes?
Wait, BMW has a AI bot doing what? White dishes? What the fuck does that mean? Is this robot thing you're referring to? Is that what you sent me?
This is just so insane.
Wait, how big is
Moral
that?
Lather. Putting away dishes.
Oh, I think I heard of that one. I think. Hold on.
Moral Lather. Yes. Beanbag. Just look at it, yes.
Okay, here it is. So this is what Beanbag sent me as to react to. It says here, meet BMW's new worker. I don't know if you guys can see it well. It's hard to kind of see, but I'll put it in the description for those who sees it and stuff. I guess this will be a short video for TikTok. I'm not sure how this will translate well, but we'll see nonetheless. Alright, so this is what happens by the real Brian Mello. So give him a follow on TikTok if possible.
Moral Lather.
And see.
I think it's green screen a little bit.
Alright, let's go.
This is just so insane. I had to share it with everyone, and I'm not sure if I'm excited, if I'm nervous. I guess it's probably a combination of the two. But the video that you're about to watch is of the new Figure 1 robot powered.
Can you it for a short?
By OpenAI, and they recently partnered with BMW. Just watch.
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drawing rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Great. Can I have something to eat?
Sure thing.
Great. Can you explain why you did what you just did while you pick up this trash?
On it. So I gave you the apple because it's the only edible item I could provide you with from the table.
Listen to how the robot talks like an actual person.
Holy shit. He said, it has, it has afflections. Holy shit, it has afflections. This reminds me of the, it reminds me of the Google demo back in 2013, where Google was doing they didn't say outright AI. I don't think they used the word AI. They just said, we have programmed a certain, we programmed like an assistant. They didn't say AI. I don't think they used that term. And
yes, reflections such as or
like the AI, let's refer to it, the AI assistant. You can talk to your AI assistant and say to your AI assistant, hey, AI assistant, can you make a schedule for me for the salon? So what will happen is the AI assistant will literally call the number of the salon, and then it will make an appointment with another person who's not aware, and the AI assistant said, oh, hello, my name is Kathy, and I have a point. I wanted to make a point for my friend Jessica, or for my boss Jessica. Is it possible that we can get ourselves something on like in this week or so? And the person said, yeah, we can do it on like Thursday around 2 p.m. or like 3 p.m. or something like that. And she says, okay, that's perfectly fine. And then she asks some question. And the AI asked the question, and the person who heard the question said, wait, let me go check real quick, and let me go talk to my manager. When the real person said, let me go back and ask my manager a quick question on that question you asked me, just to make sure so I can answer you correctly, the AI responded with, said, okay, sure. I was like, whoa. One thing I know is confirming. It's another thing when it says, That part right there threw me off. I know it's small, but when you think about it real closely, most humans respond in these afflections to literally indicate that either of showing of not really of unsureness, or just confirming with not a lot of emphasization and giving yet expression. That right there was an afflection as expression, confirming to whatever the person said to the AI to go and answer said question to what the subject was about. That right there was scary as shit, because I was like, whoa, if I was on the phone with anyone on the phone, I would probably thought that was real.
Makes it feel real and makes us feel comfortable.
Yes, and that affliction right there makes it a lot different. This is why. This is not an art thing. Art is the first thing to go. Let's just call it for what it is. It's going to be the secretary that's going to be gone. It's going to be the cook that's going to be gone. It's going to be the employees that work at McDonald's, Burger King, and all that stuff going to be gone. It's going to be virtually nearly everything you think that AI could not touch, it will do. Because once they get it into a physical atmosphere from that point, it is over. Because think about it. Why would I pay 20 or like 5 to 6 teenagers to do their job at my food restaurant in hopes that they don't fuck up the food first with just recipes, or do something that they shouldn't be doing, playing around, sleeping on the job, being high? You know what I'm saying? Every possible thing will be eliminated because the robot won't do that. Actually, all the owner has to do, buy a restaurant space, get the they don't even need to buy furniture. Get the restaurant space, get the building, buy the equipment.
Not even for workers that work in the BMW factory, they can put stuff together and take stuff apart. People are gonna lose jobs with this.
Yes, they're gonna lose their job. Like think about it. If you buy a restaurant, buy the equipment. And when I say equipment, I'm not even talking about like the kitchen stuff. I'm talking about like the furniture where people sit down. There's no need, because I think it was in Michigan. I think it's in Michigan. There is a AI McDonald's restaurant where you can go in. There is no employees. It's just, I think, a few screens, like you will go up to, like if you're trying to make an order type thing, like you're up to like an ATM type thing, but it's just touchscreen. And you can walk in, make your order, the AI will make your food, and you can leave with your shit. I don't think there was any restaurants to sit and talk, but there was no person working there. There's no janitor. There's no anything, because the janitor is a robot. You have a Roomba. Why would I get a There's no need, because there's no people running around except the whatever messes that the robot will make, and the robot on the floor will just clean it up. It's not gonna, like, your mom and pop restaurants will have to compete with the AI store, right? And remember, the AI doesn't need to be taught how to make certain cuisines. You just need to put it in its head. So if you want a Caribbean theme restaurant with robots making Caribbean food, you can. If you want a Chinese restaurant where the robot can make Chinese or Japanese or Korean food, the robot can. It doesn't take years. You don't have to look for any type of experience. You don't need a person from a culinary school. You don't need none of that shit. You can just get the AI equipment, buy it, and it will make it. You don't have to have this robot thing. I forgot what it's called. I think we did a video on this. It's a thing with a robot arm. It's just an arm. And you put in whatever inputs in it, and then it will remember that for the rest of its life. Like, it doesn't get old. It doesn't complain. It doesn't need to go to work. It doesn't need a raise. It doesn't need none of this shit. So that $7.50, this is why when Bean said the response, they need to raise the wage. No, they fucking do not.
I am more accepting of that for food businesses, but I put a lot of businesses out of business.
The only businesses that'll be the conglomerate businesses will take over the mom and pop store. The local pizza place, the local Caribbean place, the local Chinese place, the local Italian place will be all gone. Remember, Walmart cleaned out majority of all local grocery stores. Remember when Walmart became a thing, all local grocery stores gone. Think about that. Gone. So why would the mom and pop store be around anymore? Why would you go to them? How do you know they're even being clean with your food? That was going to be the first thing that might pop in most people's brains. They're not going to be like most people, the brain will be like, well, 75% of them will be like, well, why would I go to the mom and pop store? And what's the best thing is the food might be extremely cheap, because if I don't have to pay no workers, the food will be cheaper. So this is why when being said we need more wages, no, they fucking will not. Actually, quite frank, it's good that they don't pay y'all any money, because once they get the robots and taking y'all jobs, what was like a Big Mac, say a Big Mac now is probably say a Big Mac now is like $6.50. Let's just say it is probably $7.50. Say $7.50.
Who says that AI won't take over candle making, soap making, even crocheting?
It'll take everything. If it needs preciseness, mixing anything with a physical, the only thing that the AI may not be able to do right now, actually, they can build houses.
8.99, I think.
You don't need, you don't even need the person who's making construction anymore. Because if you can get a giant arm and robots walking around picking up heavy machinery and shit like that, or you can just make the machinery the robot itself, There's no need for the human. The only thing left for the human is delivery service, and that's going to go out the window too, because I think Amazon want to do a whole thing where they have like drones be sending your packages to you.
3D printer homes.
Yeah, they'll 3D print your house. There's no need for like a person who needs to hit lumber and shit.
$10 for a Big Mac.
If it's $10 for a Big Mac, if AI becomes more mainstream, the Big Mac will be $3.50. I don't need to pay customers. I don't need to pay employees anymore. The only thing I'm paying, and the only thing I'm paying now is the light bill. I don't have to worry about no suing. I don't have to worry about no safety anything. Think about this. They don't have to have any safety concerns anymore. They don't need any more. They don't need to do any training. They don't need to buy no clothes. They don't need to buy, when I say clothes, I'm talking about uniforms. They don't need to buy no policy type stuff they don't have to do no workers' comp. They don't have to worry about any of that shit. So anything that has to do with a human in any aspect will be literally eliminated. That's more money for them because they don't have to worry about this individual being discriminated, because if I can get rid of the trans person, the bi person, the straight person, all in one go, why not? The robot doesn't identify as anything. It's just a literal robot. I don't have to worry about it having feelings and it's feeling away today. And it doesn't have to go to work. I just need to turn on the light and everything's back on. Shit, they may not even have to turn off the light. It'll be 24/7 every day. You know how much money they can make doing this? You know what I'm saying? You don't need the human element at all. So the pricing for food will be so cheap, it won't be even funny. If I remember right, scientists I think it was like a year or two ago, scientists figured out how to grow meat now. They don't need to kill animals like that. It doesn't taste that good. They're trying to figure that part out. But like, they don't need to kill animals like that anymore. So like, if I can grow, and then they can take the same cell and regrow it every time. But remember, it's not going to taste quite right because it's still like, I wouldn't say the word fake, but it's not technically a full animal. But it's like, say for instance, we take a DNA from like a DNA sample from like a liver from an animal. We can take that same DNA or that cells and reproduce that same cell over and over again. It will cheapen food. Well, meat specifically. Same thing with plants and stuff. Like it will make it so much easier to make food cheap. It'll be on the cheap. You don't have to find a whole grown. Actually, this puts the farmer out of the fucking business. There's no need for the farmer to raise its cattle or whatever when we can just grow a bunch of cow meat anyway. One, it gets rid of the activists. Two, it gets rid of the PETA pretty much from that point to a certain extent. The only thing PETA's got to care about is you abusing animals in your home. They're not going to care about you killing animals for food because the animals are safe from that point. So their cause will be so minute. They have to be virtually in your house to see you do anything to your dog or your cat. So there's no need, right? There's no need.
Beanbag. Yeah, but when you recreate the cell over and over, there's going to be a flaw that shows up new diseases or bad cells.
Probably, but they're not going to tell you that. Like, well, look at the food we're eating now. They put a bunch of shit in it anyway. That's fucking us up and giving us cancer. You think they're going to give a shit about that? If anyway they'll find a variation or altercation or anything, they'll do it. And they won't tell you. And even if they did tell you, you probably might still eat it because there's nothing else. Because they're not going to take home real organic cow anymore. So you're at the mercy of your overlords.
Definitely they won't.
They will not tell you. And if they tell you, there's nothing you can do. Because the only thing now you have to do is go find yourself a bunch of cow, and then have to do through regulation through them if you can actually take care of these cows. And you have to have a whole farm and all that shit. Because you have to have a certain, I think if I remember right, you have to have a certain...
Are you taking interesting TikTok of reactions at the moment or next time?
This was just from Bean, but I might do that more often. Maybe, we'll see. The only reason I'm doing YouTube because I can actually tag the individual from YouTube. On TikTok, I can't do that because it's a different platform. So that's why I don't really focus too much on TikTok. I would focus more on TikTok once I hit my YouTube threshold of 3,000 hours. I will definitely do that, but like not now because it's just a waste of time because no one's gonna look at it. I don't think they're gonna look at it. I'll test this one out because it's not YouTube. I'm looking at it's TikTok, so we'll see. But I don't know. I need my 3,000 hours of watch time. Once I reach that, I can actually get paid, and I can eventually just do other things other than do this. But anyway, the point is what I'm saying is that they don't need you anymore. This goes beyond just digital shit. This goes beyond physicality. So the blue collar worker who's like, look at you people, you all's on digital and you went to college and blah blah, you're getting replaced by the very people who said digital will be the future. No, motherfucker, you're gonna be also replaced too. The people who like to build houses and shit, you're gonna be replaced too. Either not right now, but definitely eventually in the next 10 plus years. Maybe even sooner than that, probably 5 years from now. Because remember, they can 3D print houses. You can look this up.
The world is gonna be divided by those who can do agriculture, the people who can grow stuff authentically. Between those who rather live off the future robots.
But you know how humans are. We're not gonna, like... You know how humans gonna be. They're not gonna... Humans tend to make the wrong choices because it's convenient. Remember, we are lazy. We're inherently lazy beings, right? So because you have more people for fat activism than people who just wants to be healthy, right? So like there's like, say there's 80 people.
Beanbag. I rather live automatically.
So like, see, so like 80% of people. So if there's 80 people, I'm gonna say about 60% of them will say they're a fat activist, and 40% will say they're not a fat activist, therefore just eating healthy. So what that means is they'll put in the time to work out and shit.
The world is lazy, but those who want to keep things the same will.
At a very small scale.
Beanbag. No, I meant authentic.
Yeah, authenticism, they don't take that seriously. You see this is why you see more AI anything now. This is why you have the AI bros fighting for the respect of an actual artist. And now it's controversial to say such things. Anything authentic. The word authentic is authoritative. So it's a problem. It's controversial. Like the honest truth is authentic, but it's problematic. Telling my girlfriend you don't look nice in a dress is authentic, but it's problematic to feminists. So what it does is, if I were to tell my girlfriend that the outfit that she's in does not look good, not because it's to me, but it genuinely doesn't look good.
I refuse to use it to some extent.
Like it genuinely looks good. It generally don't look good on her. Not because it's my taste, but just because it just doesn't look good. Some feminists out there who has nothing to do with my life, my relationship, whatever, will tweet and explain and complain and cry and snivel and schnovel on the floor about how I'm evil to this person that she doesn't know and chose me out of her own fruition because that's what she preferenced. But because the feminist needs to idealize herself and everyone that is female, she's going to make a complaint on TikTok in hopes that those people who she, like, remember, she can't do anything to me. That's why she goes to TikTok or Twitter or whatever platform to complain on the internet, to let people know that I'm evil, in hopes that those people will come to my profile to harass, instigate, or just totally just mess with me, because I told my authentic girlfriend on an authentic choice that I thought was best for her, because she chose me as her mate to be honest with her at all times. Because of this, and this exists, people can't be authentic because it's too authoritative and problematic. So that's why they have these ists and phobes and all this shit, because as soon as you tell them the truth, you get in trouble. That's why being authentic is problematic. And it's frustrating. This is why I did not choose to be a therapist anymore, because if I did, I would have been out of a job a long time ago. And usually not even telling the truth to my client, just being me. I don't have to say much for me to lose my license, because I'll be breaking the code of ethics, or whatever the fuck. It's like the Bible for most therapists or psychologists, I will say. It's called the code of ethics. Once you violate that, you lose your fucking your license. You have to abide by this code, and this thing can always change at any moment and any time. And I'm pretty sure it's changed since back I was in college, back in 2015. That's almost 10 years now. Next year will be a decade from now.
Yes, code of ethics.
So once that is violated on a social aspect, best believe you're losing your license. This is what happens to Jordan Lee Peterson.
Raiga Samurai. Hi Bean.
So the issue with this is why I never chose. And I saw the writing on the wall a long time ago. That's why I didn't pursue my degree in psychology, because I knew that once truth is erased, and authentic truth is erased, you're not dealing with a therapist.
Hi Bri, hi honey, how are you growing heart?
You're not even dealing with a psychologist. You're dealing with you're being someone's friend. You're being a life coach. You're just an ear. You're not helping them. You're just literally being an ass. It is what it is. You're being paid for like virtually nothing. You're not doing anything. And then what's worse and funny about this is they don't get better, they get worse. And then they say, well, my therapist wasn't helping me. They didn't give me the right information I needed. No, because when they do that, you consider them hateful or judgmental.
Ethics have definitely changed from a long time ago.
Yep, so that's why I left.
Video now.
All right, let's see where this goes.
Because it's the only edible item I could provide you with from the table.
Oh, shit.
Great. So...
All right, so real quick, notice how the robot is speaking with a very natural, like, human pauses.
It says
like
yes, yes.
Speaking. That was one of the first.
It has inflections.
But let's keep going.
Based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
The dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Great. Can you put them there?
Of course.
All right, so how do you think you did?
Oh shit, I just remembered. You don't even need an Uber driver anymore. You're not going to need a Uber driver anymore, because I remember there's self-driving cars, and that's been around for a good while now. Right? So the Uber driver will be out of a job very, very soon. You don't even need people who know how to drive. You just need to get a car and have it drive you where you need to be.
Beanbag. People also said the AI robot stutter over its words.
Oh god, this is gonna be a problem.
I think I did pretty well.
It just did it!
Its new owner, the trash is gone, and the tableware is right where it belongs.
Oh
I
god.
agree. Thanks, Figure One.
You're welcome. If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know.
So I don't know about you,
It
but
just
I'm pretty
stuttered.
blown away by this. And apparently BMW is currently testing the robot in one of its manufacturing facilities in South Carolina.
Oh shit.
The Figure One also appears to be much farther ahead than Tesla's Optimus.
And you know what's funny?
I'm seeing, but
this will ironically bring back Detroit.
Beanbag. Ha lol, that's crazy, brew.
This will bring back Detroit back to where it's supposed to be, but it will not bring back Detroit to where it's supposed to be. All you just did, what you automatically did, is fix the automotive problem, industry problem with the whole like workers' comp thing, and now you just made a bunch of people homeless. You just made a bunch of angry people who used to work in the automotive industry, whether it be like putting cars together and stuff, and people who are probably a mechanic, out of a job probably. There's no need to get a mechanic. Shit, there's no need to buy a mechanic because like if the robot is good enough in a garage by itself and it can do whatever tools it needs to fix your problem, you don't have to worry about your mechanic fucking with you and doing some shit that they shouldn't be doing. Like messing with anything
Beanbag.
that they shouldn't.
At least BMWs won't be so expensive.
Alright, later, bro.
LOL, JK, but you're right, Teach.
This is wild. So this is not just going to affect people on the computer end. This is going to affect people outside of that. So
either way, I have a feeling we'll be seeing humanoid robots being used for a variety of tasks a lot sooner than we thought.
yeah. Deep fakes are teaching calculus. Let me see this real quick.
I'm sorry, Gen Z is now using deep fakes to teach each other calculus?
Its value makes up for the extra areas when you have different starting positions.
So this here is our general solution, and we don't...
Bro, they're using deep fakes. They're using deep fakes to teach you to do math. So they'll take like a fake version like you saw with Kanye West and Kim Kardashian teaching you how to do math. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? And do you know homeschooling will be even more better than ever, right? You don't need to send your kid to no fucking school because they'll be on school on the computer anyway, being taught by the AI robot. There's no need for them to come to school. Everyone prefers to be at home anyway, working from home, or working from school anyway. Especially if you're in college. So that it makes sense why, right? And what makes this even more funny, there will be no more need for bullies. There will be no more bullies. There will no more be no weirdo teacher trying to teach your kids some insane nonsense, sexual nonsense shit, right? There's no need for that anymore. You don't have to worry about your kids being indoctrinated in nonsense. You're home, or depending on your occupation, if your occupation still exists, but you'll be home, and you can always see what they're doing, what they're learning, what grades they're having, what they're learning, and it's recorded, so you can always rewatch what they saw. Shit, you know what I'm saying? It's
what?
The future is very bleak for humans right now. And what's funny and ironic, we are causing our own demise. That's the funniest part. Ain't that something? Well, this was Radical, the editor, and also, what was the other guy? I forgot his name. I said his name at the beginning. Please follow them if you guys can on TikTok. I'll put both of their both videos from Bean in the link in the description on YouTube or so. So give it a try if you can. All that great stuff. Oh, that was interesting. Ooh, a test to see how this would actually like go or so. Okay. So our next video that we have to do is from Thinking Critical, and thank you, Bean, for that video. I didn't get to say thank you. Thank you for that. That's gonna be a test to see how that would be for YouTube. I think I panned out 10 minutes out of that. I'm hoping. So this is Wes from Thinking Critical. Oh yeah, and like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. You guys need to like that video and all that great stuff. We're going to the next video. So thank you. All right, so this is Thinking Critical again with Wes. We're talking about comic books again. It says the DEI plan is to steal franchises and make them men leave.
Was you able to see or hear me?
Oh yeah, I see you. He says hi, I'm back. So yeah, in this video it says Wes, I guess Wes and I forgot this one's name. I keep forgetting his name. Is going to talk about how DEI its plan is to steal franchises like, say, G.I. Joe, Star Wars, all these other franchises that was man-made or focused on men, and to systematically or effectively kick them out of them so they have nothing.
You know what the male gaze does? The male gaze promotes feminine beauty. And I know that, you know...
That is true. That is actually true. The male gaze do promote feminine beauty. It actually does. When a girl is in a nice bikini or she's looking really cute and nice, men point it out and say, she's cute.
Beanbag.
That's promoting...
No problem if you would go crazy for that.
Yeah, let's hope. But, that is true. The male gaze do promote beautiful femininity or feminine traits.
You fat hens can't handle that. You know, your Mary Sue writers, they can't handle that. Everything has to be dragged down. Everything has to be made ugly so that you feel better about yourself. But you know what? Entertainment is not your therapy. Go get real therapy. Go see a psychiatrist. Oh my God, I'm turning into Doc. Holy shit, where's the Tylenol?
People are starting to understand what the DEI plan is. A lot of cases it's out there to go and steal franchises from fandoms and then essentially just drive the fans out. It's not really about diversity. If you don't think the way these people think, if you don't live your life the way that they want you to live your life, they don't want you to be a part of it. Yet they keep going out there and acquiring these IPs and these franchises.
You can't say that
despite the fact that they're directly at odds with basically the fandom.
To a woman is like if she's
your boy
a cashier,
Zach started his channel,
they'll get mad and offended by it for some reason.
I don't know. Women did this themselves. It's very strange. I don't know, like they call it catcalling. Shit, I wish a girl catcalled me. Girls don't catcall me. I wish I could catcall. So when guys are getting catcalled is such a scary. No, it's fuck it isn't. Being chased by an evil crazy person is evil. That's crazy.
Talked about how
they are complicated.
This was all
very stupid
about capturing critical nodes and infrastructure to push an agenda. And it turned out that history has proven him right. You know, Neon from Clownfish TV, he posted a tweet the other day where he was talking about how they want D&D.
I like it when they call me these names, especially when I'm at work, make me feel like I'm doing my job. Right?
Yeah.
Trevor Grant. FR.
Blame your ugly feminists. Blame that.
I don't think you should be saying that. Don't you have a girlfriend?
Nope, she don't care. I'm very honest. If someone's good looking, you need to point it out.
There's a movie legit based on the men selling feminine beauty.
She does the same thing. If she's looking at Chris Hemsworth, she's like, "Oh God, he's hot." I'm not upset. That's Chris fucking Hemsworth. Like what the hell? Like she's not gonna be dating him tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? That shit, like this, that shows how insecure most of these individuals are. Whether you're a man or a woman, if your girlfriend or boyfriend says that a celebrity is nice looking or good looking, they're not dating them tomorrow. The celebrity doesn't know they exist. You're never going to meet the celebrity. They're never going to meet the celebrity. The chances of them even getting a date with a celebrity will be 1,000,000,000 to 10. So, like, it doesn't make any sense to get upset or make it a big deal. I walk on a logical path on things. If you don't like it, whether you or not, you can leave. Not to you. I'm just saying to anyone in general. My girlfriend's very much aware of this. This is how I work, and this is how I think. It's recorded too, so she can rewatch it anytime she wants.
D without Gary Gygax. They want the X-Men without Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. They want, you know, they want to claim all these things. They want to take them over. And, I responded that, evil cannot create, it can only destroy. And that's what this agenda is. It's about taking these critical nodes and infrastructure and transforming them, these beloved properties, into propaganda. So, they know that they're never going to be able to get these ideas across without taking something that's already popular and hollowing it out and stuffing it full of all of this ESG bullshit.
And another thing it's definitely about is changing the culture, not so much within the fandom. They just want to drive you out, but they want to change the culture within the companies and the people that are associated with the IP so that it's changed forever. We've certainly seen that with Disney. They changed almost overnight. We had a focus now almost exclusively on DEI over the last 5 years. And shockingly, we've seen all their franchises basically deflate and become somewhat toxic to the fandoms that have loved them so much time. And to expand upon that, we actually heard recently.
Catcalled. You're not being catcalled by a celebrity. You're being catcalled by somebody that is regular.
Oh well, then that's
There's
just.
a better chance you would be on a date with T.
Oh well, then if she's that easy,
are the same.
If your girlfriend ends up being easily catcalled by someone and goes on a date with them because they're a stranger that she happens to be physically near or just be walking past, then I hope she goes date them. If people think women are that dumb enough to get to be dated that easily because someone catcalled them that easily, that says a lot about the woman, not you. Then that's all that means is you had your turn. It's over. That's all that matters.
I teach what cha doing, honey, kiss kiss, wink wonk, what a man you are, lol.
That's funny. But straight up, if your girlfriend's gonna be that easily swayed by some person down the street and end up dating them, then she was never yours in the beginning.
Legit, I was living this man OC of himself. Darth
in like a DEI.
That's not really.
It's kind of fun to walk places and sneak in that you don't need a woman to be happy where it fits.
See, like the
then
thing.
Watch them fish for validation and get mad when you ignore them.
When I drew it, it was not for me. It was for the commission. Weirdly enough, that was a weird commission I had to draw.
Some type of meeting talking about the achievements and what their goals are. And this is what Warner Brothers Discovery Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer Asif Siddiq called on companies to ignore any employees who might disagree with DEI ideology and instead focus on the ones who want to change, because that way you start changing the culture. And if you change culture, often these people who don't want to come around will start saying, this place isn't the way that it used to be, and they'll leave themselves, which is great. It's all about gaining the culture, changing the culture, because once you set the new culture, it's very, very, very difficult to change it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we've seen how quickly that can hollow out a company and destroy it. Disney, Pixar, they forced out John Lasseter. When John Lasseter left, he took a lot of the talented people with him, the people that had actually been the beating heart of Pixar and the creativity behind it, and they installed Jennifer Lee. And her move, we know from the Disney Files, that's being done over on Chris Gore's channel, Film Threat. They've had a lot of little exposés on there that have revealed what's going on internally. Jennifer Lee hired a bunch of diverse peoples from Tumblr and all of these people that were online that fit all these check boxes. But it came in and it turned out that drawing cartoons on Tumblr did not mean you knew how to be an animator, did not know that you knew how to construct a story, did not know that you knew how to tell a story.
It's not the same when it comes from your employee. It's not the same. It is not the same. Love you too. I love you too. It's not the same.
Resonate with an audience, and within a few years Pixar is completely destroyed. It has no reputation anymore, and Pixar under John Lasseter for the longest time was the gold standard. You could go to a Pixar movie and you knew that it was going to be good, that you were going to enjoy it. I went to see Up. I had no idea what that movie was about. I had just seen some posters, and but I was
what does Wi-Fi only seem to work?
I hate these stupid commercials. Come on, 1, 2, 3. It's cute.
A new Pixar movie, and I went and I absolutely loved it because it was being run by people who knew what they were doing. So what you've got is you've just got a bunch of people who, they like the stuff and they want to be a part of it, but they haven't actually done any of the work to know how to do these things. And those are the people, the lunatics are running the asylum now. And, you've seen it destroy destroyed Disney in short order. You know, all of the brand of brands, Star Wars, have been brought low by Kathleen Kennedy and the type of people that she hired. You know, that was a license to print money, and Disney has destroyed it within 10 years. Pixar's probably been destroyed within the last 6 years. Marvel destroyed in the last 4 years. All because of these initiatives, all because of these activists within the company that aren't about entertaining, they're about propaganda.
And it's one of the weird things is it's a change in almost corporate structure around the world. You know, you have your chief operating officer, you have your chief creative officer, you know, you have these C-level positions to where you're an executive. Well, now you have your chief diversity officer, and they're up there and they're part of the corporate
When
structure.
you have an activist who goes on TikTok and literally on TikTok, it was Twitter, or it was on TikTok as well, on Twitter, and says, white people's happiness makes me feel uncomfortable, that tells you that you have a problem. You have a real problem on your hands.
492. Maybe I'm asking for a raise as an employee.
I wish I can give a raise to my own damn self.
Darth Goricorn. No, the lunatics have a good reason when they fail. Comparing them to lunatics is insulting the lunatics.
True. You're not wrong. They're just con men.
Trevor Grant. Crazy being uncomfortable because somebody's enjoying their life.
Yes. I remember I saw a video of a black guy. He was in I think a bar or something. I think he's in a bar, a family bar or something, like a family get-together thing. And he's like, I think he's the only black guy there. And he takes his phone. And he takes his phone and surveys the whole entire room with all the white people who are just literally minding their business. And they said,
Kitty got 492.
They said,
it is the same teach not as an employee but as a person, lol.
I know. He said under the gaze of, what is the problem with this video? And as I watch it, I don't see nothing wrong with it. I just see a bunch of white people and their family just enjoying their lives and just, having food and just talking. No one's bothering him. No one's attacking him. No one's asking him or anything about anything. And I think in the captions it says he feels unsafe or something like that. I'm like, bro, it's a bunch of white people who are just eating and spending time with their kids. And I think someone in the comment section said something along the lines like, I will be scared too. I was in that room. I'm like, why would you be scared? What's there to be scared about? I don't understand this. There's nothing to be scared. It's very weird to me.
Structure, just as powerful as the other people. And
dramatic much?
Yeah, it's like they said.
Trevor Grant. Crazy, it's usually the white people that harass us. Darth Goricorn. Well, if he felt unsafe, maybe he needs to go back to the daycare center he escaped from, along with the commenter.
Alright, well, if he's unsafe, maybe he needs to go back to the... I don't see the problem. Like, he was just sitting by himself and the white people was just doing their thing. It's going pretty well. The white people was doing their thing. I don't see the issue. I think he wanted someone to talk to him. I don't know what it was. What was the point of the post? And then I think some lady said something about white people being happy makes them upset. I'm like, why? They didn't do anything to you. Not that I know of. You sound really well spoken and everything, so what the fuck? I don't know. And it's usually white people saying this shit. That was the weirdest part.
Place is more powerful, and now they're setting the agenda for the entire company, and they're going out there and they're hiring people that believe exactly what they have to believe to get into those jobs, and they're placing them all over these companies and really destroying the fabric of the culture. Once you get somebody in there and they get that C-suite position, that chief diversity officer position, and they're making $350,000, maybe $500,000 a year, setting this agenda within the company, do you think these people are ever going to go away?
They're making $300,000 just being a DEI officer? What the fuck? So you're being paid to being insufferable as fuck. That's crazy. No, something's going on. Yo. That's a job that
Also, have you seen how more guys are marrying their best male friends to get the tax exemption from being married, lol?
I think I heard that story once. I think I heard that story before. I think it's really funny. It's like what was that movie with Adam Sandler and Kevin what's his face? You know that movie? You know what I'm talking about, right? now, if you play that movie, thank you, I appreciate it. Now if you play that type of movie or bring that movie up, you're a hateful person.
They are firefighters.
I think yeah, I think they're firefighters and they want to get money from the like they want to make money to get their so they can have tax breaks or some shit like that. Hey Kane, what's going on, bro? Oh, I think that's good. There we go.
They cannot be driven out because they'll just sue the hell of the company, say that they're being discriminated against. A lot of these companies almost have basically went out there and hired.
The show. It's so sad that he just up and disappeared.
Yep.
Darth Goricorn.
Nah, I'm not worried about that.
Kitty got $4.92.
I'm not really worried about people coming in and out. I understand.
The cancer that will kill them.
Yeah, they've welcomed it in.
It was health. It was health insurance. Yes.
In the gates.
I'm not worried about people
Victoria Alonso. She was incredibly terrible at her job. She was
I'm actually glad a lot of people
her
are
level
right
of,
now.
her level of effectiveness. She was put in charge of the visual effects. Under her, the visual effects became terrible. The visual effects houses started to not want to work with Marvel because of the, reportedly the harsh working conditions and the absolute tyrant that she was. And so Disney fired her. And then what happened? She sued them because, she was a gay woman of color. And that, you can't fire her. That's discrimination. So she sued them. And obviously.
I've been drawing all my life since I was 6. I'm 29 now. But I didn't take it seriously until I was like 23, 24. But I knew how to draw, just that I didn't try to make it into a thing. I'm working on my portfolio to work as a character designer, so. Pretty much. So that's pretty much what that is. I'm near done. I just need to get some stuff in, and then we'll be able to get through.
They don't want to go through Discovery. So, what are they going to do? They're going to settle with her. She's going to get a big $1 million payout. Well, congratulations. This is what you've done to yourself, and unfortunately for the rest of us, the people that love the IP and the franchises and love the...
Tell them why they're fired. She is just making a scene.
Yeah, that's how... my parents call it a waste of time. Well, they're not technically wrong to tell you that. It depends. Well, given the time that we are living in, a lot of parents are going to say learning how to draw is literally a waste of time. Given the time, the time we're living in, if this was 10 years or even less than that, or even 6 years ago, probably even 4 years ago, then I wouldn't say it's not a waste of time. But as someone who's been doing this for a while and also knowing what time we're living in, we was just talking about AI no more than probably 20 minutes ago, I would tell you, yes, it is a waste of time now to a certain extent. But if you want to still pursue it, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with it. I just wouldn't make it your number one occupation. Learn how to draw. Try to get a job being an artist, but don't make it your sole reason. Make it like you want the skills that you have, but don't make it your main skill that you only have. Because living in this time with this, we was just talking about the AI thing from not only a digital perspective, but also on a physical one. Because now BMW.
But drawing is therapeutic in a time where therapy is way too expensive. Also.
Yeah, but then again, we're talking about making money. We're not talking about being therapeutic. Those are two different things. Being therapeutic because you're having a traditional issue or a mental breakdown or whatever case may be, or you have anxiety or whatever the fuck. That's one thing. If we're talking about having a job, because Gino says his parents said that it's a waste of time. When they say it's a waste of time, they're not talking about it's a waste of time to do. They're saying it's a waste of time to pursue as a career because it can be easily taken because of, most parents don't see it's important if they're not artistic enough, or they don't see the benefits of it. But they're not looking at it as therapeutic. They're looking at it as can you get a job with this and how much money you'll make. So you have to be extremely talented or really high connected or just very fortunate and lucky to be in the position of most people who are learning who draw most of their lives and making a livable wage. It's not that you can't do it. It's going to be very difficult to do it. And given the time we live in where we have these AI bros sucking the brown eye of like AI. You know what I'm saying? That's where that comes in. And now we just watched a video with BMW showing their showcase of robots doing cleaning wares and shit. And it has afflictions and stuff and how it talks and X, Y, and Z. Instead of just being robotic, it sounds like a real person and all that stuff. We was just talking about, you was no more like 20 minutes late from this conversation. But what I'm saying to you is this: don't abandon your wanting to draw, whether it's for a job or whether it's just for yourself. I don't think that makes sense. I think you should do what you like, but don't make it your sole reason to be your only job, because people are producing comics within an hour. And I mean not comics, not drawings, but like a whole novel in hours or less than an hour by using prompts to write a whole story with graphics and writing and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's going to be high competition to deal with, if that's even considered competition at all. So if anyone's learning how to draw, I wouldn't abandon it, but keep learning, keep putting your time into it because it makes you feel happy, or it's therapeutic, or whatever the fuck reason it gives you. If it makes you happy as a human, go ahead. But don't make it your only skill. Make it one of your skills, but not your only skill. So that's what I would say to students of mine, or people who are just listening, or people who are my audience, or anything like that. Do not make this your only skill, because you're going to regret it in the long run when you're not being hired for that job. Now, if you're doing it, like I said, for like reasons of anxiety, then that's a different story. But don't make it your occupation alone. Always have a certain set of skills. You should have at least 5 to 4 skills to rely on that can make you money, not just one, because that can lead to bad disasters to you. So yeah.
The vision of what Disney was under Walt.
Wait, I feel like somebody was to get fired. The person that fired them, tell them why they fired. She is making a scene. Yeah, she never. I think they did tell her. I think they told her why she got fired, because she was being not cooperative or whatever the case may be. And then she just said, "Oh, because I'm an orientation and a woman." I'm like, don't pull that bullshit game. This is Disney. This is Disney. You can't. You like that's like me. That's like me being at. I don't think. Being an artist. Okay, that's like me going to work at Pixar, and they have a bunch of like diversity hires on all fronts of all orientations and all colors and stuff. And then I'm that one person who happens to have a problem with Disney because I didn't do my job right. And because they said you didn't do your job right on the job, we have to let you go. And then my response is they hate me because I'm a person of color, or I'm a male. I'm like, bro, don't fucking play this game with a very woke company like Disney. Let's not play this game. You just didn't do your job. I think fucking Kyle said it. He said, if Catwoman was made today with Halle Berry and it didn't make money, people will say because of she being a diverse person of color. People will make that literal complaint. But back in 06, I think it was 06 or 05, it was just a shit movie. That's it. I think some people made a few comments that she was black and that was it, or happened to be of mixed race, or that's it. But she did her job as an actress, but that's it. No one said, oh, the movie sucked because she was a person of color. No, it's just a shit movie. If you watch it now, you still think it's a shit movie. The movie was never a masterpiece. If anything, it was a test screening for what a superhero movie was supposed to be, or could have been, or whatever the fuck.
You know, and who grew up with that.
And it was really cringe to watch it when she was making meow puns.
That company is gone. That company no longer exists, and in our
I'll
hearts, we
try
still yearn
spending
for it. We
different.
still
Yeah.
yearn for.
So what you can do is like you can still be an artist. You can be a colorist. You can do those two things, or you can do writing for like comic books and stuff, or if that's what you want to do, or I would learn how to code. I think that would be the best thing. I will learn how to code because it's better to be the coder and have some type of say what the AI does if you start learning AI as a coder than becoming in competition with the AI. You won't win. You know what I'm saying? It's better to be the one who's making the AI work than being against the AI. You always kind of lose. So
for Star Wars to be good, we still, we still love Marvel characters, but all of the things that we love are gone. And this is why I've never worried about whether or not I've made Tom Brevoort's list of people never to hire, which he's talked about on more than one
Hello,
occasion.
Anime. What's going on, bro?
The Marvel that I would have liked to have worked for, the Marvel that I would have wanted to contribute to is dead. And all that's left is a husk parading around in its skin.
Yeah, because we've had these corporations basically go around and start buying up all these IPs. They actively hate the fandom that comes along with it, and in a lot of cases are doing everything they can to drive them away. Case in point, Dungeons & Dragons senior game designer Jason Tondro said, "There are materials in the original Dungeons & Dragons that would never pass our inclusivity reviews today. Some of it you can understand, like, okay, these are a bunch of war gamers and they're using armies from history. So when they create a warrior class for Dungeons & Dragons, they call it the Fighting Man, the original name for the fighter's class, because that's what they were used to. They were all men. They were all white."
They're not going to get banned. Like, okay, yes, they said it can get banned, but they have six months to get bought out. And there's I already did the video on this.
Have you seen the newest Dead by Daylight character yet?
No. Is it Chucky? I think it's Chucky. It's a banning, but they're not banning it outright right now. They have 6 months for someone to buy them, and there's several people who wants to buy it anyway. Rumble wants to buy it. I heard that Elon Musk might buy it, but then I think that's just a rumor. I don't think that's actually true. But there's other people who wants to buy TikTok for their own means. So even though there is a TikTok ban, someone will buy it.
No,
within
it's
6
not,
months.
but it's something you will definitely want to look at.
All right, I'll definitely look in a second. I'll probably do it after this stream, after this video. But yeah, it's a banning, but it's not banning. It's a banning of if you don't get someone to buy your shit, we will make it difficult for you not to have anyone buy your shit or have your app on our storefront. So, and you won't get updates. You might have the same app. You might keep the app. You can have the app, but you won't get updates. So it'll be pretty much going to be left to die from that point. So I don't think it's a problem.
Be a support hero today.
And I'm not worried about it, to be honest. Whether it gets
donation and
banned or whatever.
Cash app.
Ever since they took the fucking music out of TikTok, yes. So like Rumble, for instance, wanted to buy it. Elon Musk wanted to buy it. It would make sense if Elon Musk buys it, because if Elon Musk buys it, I don't have to fucking worry about what I'm drawing anymore at that point, to a certain extent. Maybe there'll still be policies on what's going to be allowed and not, but it'll be more like Twitch from that point. I can draw things on the platform where I wouldn't be able to before. Maybe I'll get more revenue share, maybe less. So I rather Elon Musk because there's more free speech on that behalf. I hear there's more free speech on Rumble, but it just kind of looks like YouTube to me. But I never really used it too much. I've been on it before. It just looks like YouTube but green.
Darth Goricorn. My grandpa put it best: put the majors with the majors, the minors with the minors, and if it does not matter in life, don't worry about it.
Yeah, makes sense. So like I'm not worried about it. So even if it gets banned and no one's going to my streams anymore, it's like no one was going to my stream in the first place. I was not making that much money on TikTok anyway. So like it was best to focus on like other platforms. That's why I'm streaming to other platforms. Because if TikTok was giving me money as well, I wouldn't probably stream on other platforms. And if people's making money like that on TikTok, you have to have like a high significant following And not like 80,000 people is not a lot. That's shit. Just be honest, the number that you're seeing, 81,000, just proves how long I've been on the app, not really how many people I've garnered. Because I remember when I was last year, I went from what, 25,000, and I blew up to 56 within like within a month, because the algorithmic change was what gave me most of my followers. Now they changed it again, and then the music's gone. No one's really on TikTok like that. People are on TikTok, but they're not using it the same way as they used to, because they have all these free shit music that no one cares for or knows about. So it's not fun to make music videos anymore, I guess. You can try to do those ironic meme dances to free music, but it's not the same. So what people do is just take a popular song, augment it a little bit, and then put it as the song to their dances now. Or they replace it with something else. It's kind of sad. So that was the driving force of TikTok anyway, so.
White dudes from Lake Geneva and Twin Cities never pass our inclusivity reviews today. Some of it you can understand, like, okay, these are a bunch of war gamers and they're using armies from history. So when they create a warrior class for Dungeons and Dragons, they call it the Fighting Man, the original name for the fighter's class, because that's what they were used to. They were all men. They were all white dudes from Lake Geneva and Twin Cities. And I hate to break it to Mr. Tondro, but you're also just a white dude. But it offends him what Dungeons and Dragons basically origins are. It upsets him. And I wonder to myself, why would you quit your job and go and work for Wizards of the Coast and be the senior game designer for Dungeons and Dragons if you don't like the material, if you don't like the fandom, if you don't like what Dungeons and Dragons has always been about? If it's so offensive, why would you want to be a part of it?
Because it's a cultural touchstone, and he can go in there and he can try to alter it and make it what he wants it to be.
Correct. It's a vehicle. All these IPs is a vehicle. That's what it is. They're just vehicles. They're not meant to be entertainment systems anymore. They're just vehicles to push whatever product or idea out for the current oppressed individual DEI person or orientation or, I don't know, furry or some shit. I don't know. Something like that to an extent. That's what it ultimately is. That's what it has garnered for this. That's what it is. Yes, it's up there on TikTok. It's up there. Like a reaction. It's a reaction video.
It doesn't matter that he doesn't love it or he doesn't even like it, and that he thinks that it's not inclusive enough. Well, look, hey, if Dungeons and Dragons isn't inclusive enough for you as a player,
are we playing any games tonight? Not to cut you off or anything.
No, I don't think today. It's already 8:35. I might do that tomorrow.
Go play something else. Not everything has to bend to your will, to your desires, to your fandom. That's exactly the problem. Is people come in and they don't care about the IP. It's just about taking it and transforming it into something else.
Oh no,
so you get a guy like
it's
this
in my
there,
ear.
You know,
We're doing
like,
a video.
Make
That's
it more
why.
inclusive. This corporatization is the death of everything. So as soon as you have a corporate structure come in and they take over an IP and they say to themselves, "Well, we need to make more money. How can we do that?"
If you come over on YouTube and Twitch, you'll be overheard.
Planning to move? Join the 6 million families who discovered a smarter, more flexible way to move with Pods.
We do that. We make it more inclusive. We make it for everybody. And you see companies do this all the time. They'll say comics are for everybody, or Warhammer is for everybody. Now, fortunately, Warhammer's not saying that yet, but with the continued pressure, it may eventually happen, and that's what Warhammer fans are afraid of. But you've got all of these attempts to make something for everybody. Well, guess what?
Nope.
Nothing is for everybody. It's for anybody who's interested in the thing that it is. So, hey, do you like G.I.
I'm okay with the banning one way or another. Whether it bans or not, I'm perfectly fine with it. I am perfectly fine with the idea of it being banned or not. I'm okay with it being banned if it gets banned, and I'm okay with it when if it doesn't get banned. Because it doesn't really affect me in that sense anyway. So,
Joe, then guess what? This new G.I. Joe comic is for you. But if you don't like G.I. Joe, you don't like stories about about military military men fighting a terrorist threat, then no, this isn't for you. And we're not, and you can't come in here and be like, well, I like My Little Pony. Can you make G.I. Joe more like My Little Pony so that I like it too? Once you start trying to make...
A lot of things make people happy. They can get over it. A lot of things make people happy. They can get over it. Because, like I like big busty women. It upsets people, but it makes me happy. Take it out. It doesn't fall to my my whims. This is the very reason why we have DEI and all these problems. I like good-looking women in video games.
There are thousands of homebrew modules for D&D that are different if you don't think it's diverse enough in base model.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. You can remember there's D&D for like you said. There's D&D anime stuff. It doesn't have to be really Dungeons and Dragons. There's a bunch of themed like things. You know what I'm saying? So whether you like TikTok or not, you'll survive with and without it. You're not gonna die. And remember, it's not like YouTube Shorts don't exist. It's not like fucking
Darth Goricorn. Or just make your own homebrew.
That too. Or like there's YouTube, there's Instagram. They're all just copies of TikTok anyway, so it's not like you lost TikTok anyway. The music's gone now, so it's not like they're gonna use copyrighted music anyway. And most of it's both the thing with TikTok is it's became a fucking hub of just selling shit to people anyway. Ever since the birth of the whole TikTok shop thing, that's all they push. So it's pointless to even care about if it's gone or not. It's just I'm surprised that fucking Jeff Bezos don't want to buy TikTok. It'll be easy for him to sell all his fucking products. It's not like they're already doing that now. I did a video just recently with the whole Luffy thing. The phone case. Collaboration thing. So it's pointless when people tell me they're gonna be sad. Oh, fuck them. They should have saw the writing on the wall from a long time ago. You didn't think anything was off when being on TikTok? No. All of it is supposed to make a profit. That's ultimately what it's about. So
make something for everybody, you end up making something for nobody. And that's what Star Wars is now. Star Wars is made for nobody. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is rapidly becoming for nobody. And it's because they turn their backs on the people that it's actually for, the people that actually like it, and they start trying to market it to somebody else.
And Dungeons and Dragons is such a weird example because it's always been maybe the most inclusive thing ever. Like, you can literally be anything that you want. There is a framework of the rules, but
yeah, I think in Dungeons and Dragons you can be a cyborg or whatever the fuck. You can make up anything you want. You can be a fashion designing orc, or whatever the fuck. It's the imagination is literally limitless. So when they say it's not inclusive enough, those are people who don't play Dungeons and Dragons. They don't play Dungeons and Dragons. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You can virtually make up anything you want when playing Dungeons and Dragons. You can make up anything. It could be in the future. It could be in between the past. It could be a mix between the future, the past, or the present. It could be it could be Avatar, The Last Airbender, Dungeons and Dragons. It could be anything you want it to be. Dragon Ball. It could be anything. So when anyone sits there and says, it's not inclusive enough, those are people who don't play the game, don't know what Dungeons and Dragons is, and just a moron.
Whatever gender or whatever type of warrior you want to be, you don't even have to be a warrior to play within the confines of the rules of the game. You can go and do any adventure that you want that's within the realm of your imagination.
Yep.
And I just think it kind of sucks because, for the most part, people that play Dungeons and Dragons have not been portrayed well over the years, in pop culture and entertainment, all that kind of stuff. And I imagine there are thousands of dudes across the world that grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons and got the shit beat out of them over it. And this guy's just basically spitting in their face like, nah, well, you guys are all white dudes. And that was a problem from the very beginning. And we're going to go out there and make something that was completely inclusive to begin with, more inclusive by making you not like it anymore.
Wes, HBO had that show, The L Word, which was made for lesbians. And guys that want to watch lesbians, I guess. But, it was primarily made for a lesbian audience. You didn't see me like going in there and going like, well, I don't even like this show. I don't have any interest in this show, but you know what? I want to come in here and I want to make it more inclusive. I want to make it, just appealing to lesbians. That's not enough of an audience. Let's make this appeal to everybody. How can we do that? It's okay for things to be made for a certain audience. It's okay for a property to find an audience that is mostly white males. It's okay for an audience to find for a property to find an audience that's mostly black guys. It's okay, for these things to appeal to a majority demographic. There'll always be outliers. Star Wars was primarily a boys' property.
Oh my God! Did I not make this? I made this same analogy. I said this. Star Wars, and this is back when we was talking about Clownfish, Star Wars is ultimately male. Yes, there are females in the Star Wars brand. Yes, there are female fans. My girlfriend's sister is a fan of Star Wars. But ultimately, the people who are buying the most Star Wars shit is males. Does that mean women are not buying stuff about Star Wars? Hell no, that's true. They are buying stuff from Star Wars. I'm pretty sure a lot of women bought that little Grogu little doll thing. I know my sister's girlfriend did. My girlfriend's sister bought that little Grogu thing from Mandalorian as a prop that she liked because she thought he was really cute. Little baby Yoda thing. I think his name's Grogu, not Yoda. But it's mostly a male demographic. So I will cater to the male demographic. If the women came in watching my show when I made it just for men and they like it and they're watching it, why would I change anything about it? This is just greed at its high point. Think about it. If the franchise is catered to one demographic, then just focus on that demographic. That's where your bread and butter is. You don't want to ruin that. Why would you throw it away for something brand new that may not work? 9 times out of 10, it won't work. It's like when you finally find your niche when you make a viral video. When your videos go viral on TikTok. Once one of your videos go viral, that probably is an indication that that's what your niche is. Now all you need to do is recreate that same thing over and over again in different scenarios. So like, say for instance you're good at drawing. Say you're good at drawing, and you draw 5 video drawings of like realistic stuff, and they only have a few hundred.
Samurai. Becky needs to appeal to their female audience face with tears of joy.
No, they don't. All they do is keep drawing the same thing, keep doing the same thing. The women will remember, a lot of women watched Thor: Love and Thunder not because of fucking what's her face who played female Thor. They came there just to see the part where he just ended up being in his birthday suit. A lot of women said I came just to see him in his birthday suit because it was in the trailer. Why would I would leave Baki alone and let it just keep doing his thing. I know you're pretty much memeing and joking, but like I'm just saying in general, I would just leave it alone. I would just keep letting it do their thing. Don't need to appeal to no female audience. It's appealing to female audience by natural ability. That's how you build an audience, by natural ability. So like, say for instance you did several drawings of say realism, and you only got a few hundred views. So okay, that's not really what I wanted, but let me test out something else. Let me draw anime. Now you draw anime. You do 5 videos on anime. You get a few thousand views. Okay, I like that. Now, okay, you see a few thousand, but we're not sure if that's our thing yet. Even though that's a few thousand, it's a lot higher than we was getting. Then we'll do furry art. Let's just use that example. You drop some furry art. It's kind of ranging between 1,000, a few 500 views. It's kind of in the middle, not really sorta. So far, the anime thing's working out. So let me try one more time with something else. I'll draw animals, right? Realistically, it's only got 10 views each of them. Okay, I'll draw animals again, but stylized and an anime aesthetic. a few 50, a few hundred, probably 1,000 here and there. Okay, so far as I see it, the anime stuff is working. So I don't want to put myself in a box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw anime from now on, or at least have an anime aesthetic. Let me see if it's the anime stuff I drew, or is it aesthetic. So you draw some fan art first. Do the anime fan, because people gonna recognize it. You do some Naruto, some fairy tale, whatever the fuck, and then you post them. It got a few thousand to 10,000 to 5,000 views. Okay, so far the anime thing is working. Well, we did fan art. Now let me see if I did some original artwork with some anime aesthetics. We do it again. Now we're getting around the same base. So now it just seems like it's just the anime aesthetic. Now I know what my audience is. It's just anime specific stuff that they like. Okay. Now, how can I diversify this? Now, since I did the original artwork and the fan artwork, and they're pretty much the same in length, I can do my original artwork with the fan stuff. See where that goes. So what I'll do is I'll draw my characters interacting with like Goku and Naruto and scenarios, whether it be funny or something with action or whatever the fuck, right? Let's just say we do those drawmations like the ones I did. That might get 10,000 views. It might give you a few thousand views, 5,000, 10,000 views. Okay, now we know what my next audience is. It's storytelling, short, funny, anime aesthetic, short type stuff. But you want to be more serious. You want to sell merchandise. Okay. I would focus either making original art for a while and get people familiar with your work, right? Or you can just do fan arts alone, and then when the time comes in, when you get the certain privileges, you can start selling anime keychains, anime phone cases with like One Piece stuff, Dragon Ball stuff that you get commission off of. You know what I'm saying? You see how this works? This is how you work down this road of being a content creator and making money. I just told you guys the secret of how doing this, right? For beginners, right? So if you want to start your own thing, this is how you figure it out and do it. It's going to take some time, like I explained, but it nonetheless will be a thing if you really put in the time and effort into this. And then you start doing some brand deals. And how this works is brands will come to you, hopefully if you have a strong enough audience and good enough engagement. What you can do is go to brands that's already either on the platform, like TikTok or whatever, or you go to like, say, Crunchyroll. Let's just use Crunchyroll. You send a message to Crunchyroll. You write down a business message, and you say a collaboration, and then you send it to their business inquiry, and then you wait a week or so. It might take a while, maybe a bit longer than that. You get a response, hopefully, and then when you get the response from said business, they'll say yes or no, we'll do a thing with you or not. And first, before you do anything, you can't just ask. You have to give them proof of what you're doing. So you give them a portfolio of your work, whether your social medias and stuff, and how much you bring to the table based on your analytics. And then they'll look at that and be like, okay, you do have a strong anime following, and that's our target audience. And you seem to be very engaging with your audience in that sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to pay you this for every commission, or if you're really high enough up there, they may pay you $6,000 to do a commercial, right? So like you have a YouTube channel, right, or TikTok, and they'll say we'll pay you this much, and then you do the video based on what you need and X, Y, and Z, and then you do the video, you send it to them, they like it, blah, 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 and you say, okay, this is agreed upon, blah, 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 and then you wait till the initial date, and then you post it at the time that they want you to post it, and there you go. You just made $6,000. And then if they get their ROI, return, no, ROI? It's ROI, return on investment, meaning what they invested you based on that commercial. If they get back that was promised back to them, they'll work with you more often and pay you more money. That's how this works. So, yeah. I just told you guys how this works. So if you're wondering how you make money, that's how you make money. I'm a great teacher.
There were a lot of girls that were into it. But once you started trying to socially engineer it so that it was specifically for girls, guess what? You turned off the male audience and boys walked away. Boys don't want to play with Star Wars anymore. And you know what? Girls don't want to play with Star Wars either. Neither do you. But you didn't replace that male audience, and you certainly didn't capture that female audience that you were looking for. So congratulations, it's now a property for nobody. The only people that it's for are for the idiots that spaz out about every little thing on Twitter and are determined to go down with the
And they're not buying
It's just weird that it does seem to almost 100% target the male audience, straight male audience for the most part. You don't see there people going out there and be like, man, Barbie just really needs to be more, inclusive. We need to get some fighting class, action figures in Barbie. We need to really change what Rainbow Bright was to open it up to a more of a male demographic. It almost feels like it's like 100% always things that are traditionally enjoyed by males, like dudes.
Yeah, and it's because there's a larger attempt.
No, it's not
to social-
dudes. It's not dudes. It's a specific dude, and I said this yesterday. I'm not gonna get into that again, but it's a specific dude. I already got into what that was, but it's a specific male that they want to eradicate because they feel like if they get rid of this so-called male demographic, specific male demographic, they feel as if it will be a win on their behalf, when literally it will be the downfall, and they don't see it. They do not see it.
Engineer so that boys are less less filled with toxic masculinity. They want to feminize all of the men. And
Gotcha,
if
bro.
you want to get into conspiracy theories, I think that there's a larger effort just to feminize men so that they're docile. There's less of a pushback when you have this tyranny that everybody's trying to usher in the world over. They want us feminized, they want us demoralized, they want us weak. And part of demoralizing a culture is taking away their entertainment, taking away escapism, and just making everything the same relentless slog that is regular life. 1984 is a playbook for these people. It was written as a cautionary tale, but Orwell knew what he was doing.
But if we're so toxic and we're such assholes, why do you want all more shit?
So that they can take it away from us, because we need to be punished for being so toxic.
Well, our latest example, or the last example we'll talk about, comes from the Red Sonja movie star Matilda Lutz, and this is what she says about the film. So what I can...
she's not that pretty.
can tell you about Red Sonja is that the first ones in the comics were made with a very male gaze orientation. This is a completely different story, and it's very woman empowered, which I loved about the script. Details as to the Red Sonja's exact plot currently remain under wraps, but according to a summation of director M.J. Bassett's words, the film will be an allegory for more existential questions around the survival of the species in the face of climate change. Like, can you get any further away from what fucking Red Sonja is than that?
So, climate change in the Hyborian age, huh? That's what we're going to do?
If you don't like characters that were created for the male gaze, don't play Red Sonja. It's not that hard.
Stop trying to convert us all to your retarded weather religion. Stop it. Make a Red Sonja movie. It's already a story of female empowerment. It is a warrior woman who kicks wholesale ass.
No, but that's the thing. I kind of noticed that too. Whenever they get an IP that actually fits their agenda, that's all naturally, when it naturally fits the agenda of like female empowerment or person of color, it's not about that anymore, right? So like they said with Red Sonja, it's a franchise about female empowerment of a woman. But since I already exist in there and it's so prevalent, they can't make it about that anymore. They have to make it something else. So what's the next best thing other than female empowerment? I guess you already made it into they already found a white female role, so they can't diverse her by color now. So they'll say, what's the next best thing other than she being female,
Samurai.
or
LMAO.
being female, or being a person of color? Third best thing that most people don't think about or talk about, weather, climate change. Fucking stupid. It makes no sense. That's the funniest part about it. It's like what people don't realize. They look at a like a ladder of oppression, or in that sense, and then be like, okay, she's a woman, but she's strong. For some odd reason, we didn't change her race, so that's not needed. Her orientation, that can be changed, but we can't make a movie about that because we're not going to make any money. It's not like we're already making money. So what's the best thing to make the story about? Oh, weather change. All right, so she'd be a strong female lead, but that's done to death with, and that's not oppressive anymore, as it is, because it's virtually in everything we do. So what's the best thing we can do? We can't make her a person of color because, you know, people don't even know what this is. So making her a person of color makes no sense. And we need some male person to go in there to put in some money because they put money towards a Marvel. So let's get some white lady so that they think we're going to be like at least faithful to the source material to a certain extent, unlike what we did to Ariel, you know. So if we make her white and she's somewhat attractive,
how dare you?
Like if we make her somewhat attractive, right? Which she's really isn't, but like if we make her somewhat attractive and she's white, then white guys might come to the movies. We can dupe them to at least put some money in it, right? And she looks fairly young, so she's not super old, right? So they might still come, but we can't make them too happy. So what's the next best thing we can put that's oppressive that white men don't like? Oh yeah, climate change. Let's put that in there. That's how they think this through. They look at the ladder of nonsense and be like, which one did we not do a movie about yet that hasn't made us money, or probably won't make us money, but since we didn't try it, therefore we're not sure. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is. This is why movies like Marvel and them, they said they're going to cut back on making movies, and you're going to get like 2 Marvel movies a year now. Right? So that's what's happening. But because this franchise is not all that known, or if it's known by a good sub niche people. It's not mainstream. Like if I mention like Wonder Woman or like what's her face from He-Man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not the same. So therefore they have to pick something woke, but something so low on the woke pole that they have to put something like weather change. They can't make it into a girl boss now. It can't be girl boss. It has to be weather change. She's supposed to be a weather woman.
It's already as empowering as it can be. And by the way, it's one of the few instances.
One of the really wonderful things that struck me about the new school, I was exposed to a student body that was full of
instances where men will accept a woman beating the shit out of much larger men because she's Red Sonja. She's a badass. She is a warrior. You don't need to make it.
See what I'm saying?
More empowering. Oh, get out of here. Go make something else. This is going to appeal. It's not going to appeal to men, and it's not going to appeal to women. You guys have tried this again and again and again. You try to make women men, and it does not appeal to the female audience. You know who saw Captain Marvel? Mostly men. You know why? Because even though it was a piece of steaming dog shit, it was a superhero film, and superhero films appeal to men.
I just said it. Oh man, I gotta be on the stand.
They're not buying what you're selling. They're not buying your LA grievance box wine drinking version of womanhood.
Holy
that
shit.
Only appeals to you and your weirdo friends in Hollywood. It does not appeal to a mass audience. Stop it. You're going to waste the studio's money. You're going to make this franchise radioactive for the next 25 years, and no one will be able to do anything with Red Sonja again for that time until it comes back around. And then whatever lunatic social experimentation that you people are trying to push gets stuffed into that version.
And they're going to blame us for not going to see it. We were like, well, Red Sonja typically, has got some big tits and got a pretty nice outfit on her, and you covered her up. It wasn't even Red Sonja.
Chainmail bikini and kicking all kinds of ass. That's Red Sonja.
I'm not gonna lie to you. They're not gonna do it. She's gonna be armored up down the toenail, bro. She's gonna be so. She like you should call her red fucking Sonja. She's gonna be a nun.
Really imagine if Luffy awakened year 5 in the first episode.
But how long have you been live for? What time is it? It's 9. I was up. I was been on live since the last 4:30? No, 5. I think 5 or 4. No, 4:30. 4 something. 4:40, I think. To answer your question, Bunny. Hello, Bunny. Didn't see you there. How long you've been there? I'm so sorry. Really? Imagine if Luffy awakened year 5 in the first episode. Imagine, bro. Imagine that, Trev. Imagine that. On first episode, he can pull off gear 5. You'll be so fucking pissed. Like, what the hell? This is not One Piece. What the hell? Bro, imagine that happening. Imagine that. You'll be so confused.
Ryaga Samurai. Yeah, we ain't seeing no skin, lol.
Like, imagine he awakens Gear 5, Episode 1. By Episode 8, he'll be King of the Pirates. Before the manga and the anime's done. The fuck? Like, what just happened? Bro, what happened? No! 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 Fuck. What did you guys do to my show? What did you do to my show? No, you bastards, you ruined it. You ruined all of it. No. Oh.
Warrior woman.
Yeah, she'll be a nun. She'll be nunned the fuck up.
Male bikini, sex appeal, while also just, tearing through dudes with a sword. That's the sort of thing that we like. That is that part of the male gaze? Yeah, that appeals to the male gaze. You know what? It also appeals to the female gaze. Women like looking at sexy women, even if they're straight.
Yes.
They like sexy women.
Yes. My girlfriend says all the time she don't want to play no fucking man when we're playing a video game. Like, my girlfriend doesn't like playing as males in video games. She likes playing as females in video games. Even if the male was the strongest person in the game, like she says she likes playing all the females in Genshin Impact. She don't really care for the males. Like, she said they're cute or whatever the fuck, but she doesn't want to play them. She wants to play as the attractive women. And I asked her this on my own fruition. I said, why do you like playing the females? Like, what's the reason? Because I think they're cute and they're dressed really nice. And I think they're really cool and I like their power systems. I really think they're cute, though. If I can cosplay as them, I would. Do you see how you sell to the female audience? Like, what the hell? Like, bro, it's not hard. Jesus Christ. It's not that hard.
They line up for J. Scott Campbell at his booth at comic conventions. That line is at least half, if not majority, women most of the time. And they're straight, and they just like his art because they like looking at pretty things. Stop trying to rob us of beauty. Stop crying about the male gaze. You know what the male gaze does? The male gaze promotes feminine beauty. And I know that, you fat hens can't handle that. Your Mary Sue writers, they can't handle that. Everything has to be dragged down. Everything has to be made ugly so that you feel better about yourself. But you know what? Entertainment is not your therapy. Go get real therapy. Go see a psychiatrist. Oh my God, I'm turning into Doc. Holy shit, where's the Tylenol?
I don't know, buddy, but we couldn't get a Xena Warrior Princess anymore. It's too sexy.
Too sexy. It's sexiness is not allowed. And yet, what did we go through recently? The Sydney Sweeney discussion, where it's like, everybody's like, sexy is back. Because Sydney Sweeney, enjoys being a woman, and she enjoys dressing up. She enjoys taking the twins out for a walk. This is, It's
what
just
do, what do
push and
these
pull.
DEI people enjoy? It doesn't seem like
Nothing.
they enjoy any of the stuff that they're hired on to do.
Nothing.
Do they just enjoy breaking all that shit
Yes.
and driving people off?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they enjoy. They enjoy taking.
Yes, they're sociopaths. They're ultimately sociopaths. Psychopathic too. A little. They're psychopaths. Sociopaths. Most of them are. They enjoy hurting others. They enjoy taking away, having that authoritative stronghold over what you can have.
Samurai.
Cuteness is key. Yes. Cuteness is key. Why do you think anime is so loved? Anime is so loved. Why do you think when people come to my streams when I'm drawing a big busty woman, I'm getting hundreds of people running through this bitch? Whether they're memeing or not, they're running through here because that's what brought them in. Even the people who hate it comes in here. Look, listen, I've been drawing this for the last 3 days. Right? If I was drawing her more busty and much more... Like, I kept it very conservative on this. But, like, if I was drawing this more busty-like and more, like, in your face, I would have people in here. But because I'm trying to keep it safe and not piss off TikTok, believe it or not, you know what I'm saying? This is where the problem comes in.
Things away from people. They are just the most bitter
good evening,
and unhappy people. There's no joy in their life. All they can do is just the same tired trope.
Hey,
and
what's
if you
up,
would have
Draw
told
Time?
me that
What's
this
going on?
article came out of 2018, you know, these comments, I would have actually believed it, because this is such a 2018 point of view. You know, you're talking about Red
Yes,
Sonja,
yes.
and you're just going to repeat all of the failures that we've seen in the last 5
Okay,
years, the
let me
6 years.
see.
You've learned nothing. And congratulations on your big multi-million-dollar flop. I can't wait for you guys to lose money and then blame us for not going to see it. You want me to go see a movie? Make something that I want to see. It's not that hard.
That would be the key there, Aaron. Now, you and I have already talked about X-Men 97 and all the controversy brewing around there, but we've got at least another hour and 30 minutes to go talk about pop culture and comic books and all that stuff here on the Geek Fix, exclusive to Thinking Critical Patreon.
Absolutely. You know, guys, come along with the ride.
I'll
You
draw
know,
with you.
occasionally we'll we'll talk
Alright.
about things that you're interested in, but mostly we'll talk about things that occur to Wes and I in the moment.
All right, so that is so gross to look at. Hold on, I don't like this commercial. Who is? Oh, am I watching myself? I clicked on myself. All right, so with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. But that was Wes. I hope you guys and as Thinking Critical, give him a follow and all that great stuff. This is amazing. This is great content that he makes, and he talks about comic books and all that great stuff and all that stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, we're at the fun stuff. I know this is Bryce's favorite part. He loves this part when it comes to the reaction side. We're not talking about any of the negative stuff now. We're just going to enjoy the fun stuff. Now, if you guys are over here, if you guys want to hear the reaction over here and be part of the YouTube video, come over here on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Kick, whatever platform you want to pick. You won't be able to hear it on TikTok because TikTok is sensitive as fuck, and I don't like dealing with TikTok and it's bullshit. So, if you want to hear what's going to be said on these
Let's go.
on these recommendations, let's see. So we're again with Onibus the Collector. I think I said that right. The Only Bus Corrector. I think that's the right term. We watched him yesterday on his last video. So we're going to see what he has for March 2024 for this month. Oh, I'll show you in a second. I'll explain in a sec. I'll have to put it in while I'm listening to this, but I will explain it. So let's go. Let's have this play.
Drive to motherhood is strong. They're willing to do whatever it takes to grow their family.
The ultimate combo
Ugh.
from Optimal.
Come on. I hate these commercials.
Golden Warlock.
$1 a month.
Wow.
Let's
You
take a
also
look at
draw
some of
in
the
Clip Studio.
Wait, what? It says, wow, you also draw. Yes, I draw in Clip Studio.
great new manga that are coming out in March of 2024. This is the first video that I'm making on this channel since the announcement of Akira Toriyama's passing. I feel like I have to say something here. Even though if you've been following me on my other platforms, you know that I've made plenty of statements over on TikTok. I made a couple videos. I posted a lot on Twitter. I posted a couple times on Instagram even about Toriyama, his, thanking him for his work that he's done, about how he's inspired me and everything that he was responsible for in making me who I am. But I want to say something here as well, since this is my primary channel. And I think I'm done with mourning. I mourned for a couple of days, and beyond that, I'm at the stage, and I think a lot of people are, where it's about celebration and celebrating what Toriyama really brought to us and the things that we have him to thank for, that have permeated into our lives and into our cultures. And it's going to be different for a lot of people.
I'm only letting this run. I'm letting him speak this and not skipping this because of Toriyama, because Toriyama is a legend. The only reason I'm allowing him to speak this and not skipping this part is because of that very reason. Do you use 3D models? Nope, I don't. I do it traditionally. I use my mind's eye. I don't use that. I think that's a waste of time. Plus, I don't want to pay that subscription.
Maybe you're not even a fan of him or his works directly, but you've been a fan of works that are directly inspired by him. Or maybe you don't care for Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, but you're a huge fan of one of the games that he worked on, like Chrono Trigger, Blue Dragon, or probably the Dragon Quest franchise. But so much of us have something to thank him for bringing to our lives. And for me, Dragon Ball Z was one of the earliest anime that I ever got into, like many people. It was that, Pokemon, and Sailor Moon. And they really drove
Much respect to you for traditional
me into
drawing.
being.
Yeah, so I don't like using 3D and then tracing over it. I don't think that helps. I don't think that's a good idea. As a teacher, I don't like promoting something like that. I know that helps people as they claim it helps them, but I don't think it helps. In my personal opinion, never helped me. I think it tends to bring a very it can bring a destructive precedent, because people can get carried away and say, I drew this, because if we have something like AI bros doing what they're saying and they're calling themselves an artist, I can just imagine the person who's putting the effort of
Moment of silence
for
Akira
Akira Toriyama, putting the effort
Trevor
of
Grant.
Oh.
Restream.io. Trophy, congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
I love you said the moment of silence sandwich. It's just no. Wait, hold on. Let's give him a moment of silence. Come on. Okay, I think that's good enough. There you go. That was a good one. I did it just in time.
Ariane Amelia Weber.
Hey, Teach.
Hey, Teach.
Hello.
Waving hand sign.
Okay, so yeah, I don't do the whole digital art thing. I think it's destructive.
Fan of anime and manga that I am today, but it's not just that. I have Toriyama to thank so much for making me who I am. I, for better or for worse, would not be the same man that I am today if it were not for Dragon Ball. It sounds silly to say it out loud, and like a lot of it is surface level stuff. Like I wouldn't be, I probably wouldn't be the omnibus collector. I probably wouldn't have 10,000 volumes of manga. I probably wouldn't have collected every single volume of Shonen Jump manga. But because I had that legendary series to push me into becoming a fan of manga and anime, it really pushed me to become who I am. And I'm happy about that. I'm so happy that I was able to have that as a huge part of my life, and I'm so happy that I am one.
You can come over here on YouTube and Twitch, Kick, or whatever platform you choose to watch this from, but you won't be able to see it on TikTok. We're listening to someone named the Onibus Collector. He's giving his thoughts about, well, we were supposed to be getting some recommendations, but he's taking this segment of the beginning of the video to talk about Akira Toriyama because of his passing. He just posted this 2 days ago, so I was like, okay, this is pretty recent. Let me see what he has to recommend. And the only reason why I'm letting him yap on is because of Akira Toriyama, because he is one of the more reasons why majority of us are artists or wanted to get into anime in the first place. Majority of it was Dragon Ball, the Sailor Moons, the Yu Yu Hakushos, the Pokemon and the Digimons. These are like, and the Gundams. These are the 6 things that got most people into, and I guess the Rurouni Kenshins and the Cowboy Bebops, and I guess Fully Cooley. These are the 7 like most influential animes that ever like existed for most people to be an anime fan in the US. So like, you know, it is what it is.
Of millions of people in this world, inspired by Toriyama and his works. And yes, I'm sad about the passing. I'm sad because it is someone who is such an integral part of my childhood and my adulthood as well, who is gone from this earth. I'm sad because I never got to say thank you in person. I'm sad because there's not going to be any more content coming from him, but I'm happy that we had it all. And I'm happy that I can sit back and look at everything that he gave the world. So thank you for everything, Toriyama Sensei. I have a couple of videos that I will be making in the future, at some point, hopefully in the near future, to celebrate his life and to thank him for everything that he brought to me. And I'll talk about those later in the video, but let's get into the manga buyer's guide. First, the usual notes. Number 1, the release dates I have are from Amazon. So some things get delayed, some things come out early. It's just how things go. Second, I'm not covering every single book that's coming out. I'm focusing primarily on new first volumes or single volume releases. I will mention some final volumes, and not in this one, but sometimes I'll mention like box sets and special editions when they come out. But that's because I'm not trying to make a list of every single release that's coming out. I'm not focusing on the things that I'm most excited about. The purpose of these videos is to focus on newly debuting titles so that I can help readers find their next new favorite thing, because there's so many new things that come out every single month that it's very easy for you to miss something that you might otherwise love. And my hope is that making these videos can help you to find something you might have missed out on. The final note is, if you have a Twitter and you don't mind, it'd be great if you would follow me at OmniCollector. And if you buy anything because I talked about it here, I would really greatly appreciate it if when you get that book, you would take a picture of it, put it on Twitter, tag me and tag the publisher, and let them know that you picked it up because I talked about it and you were...
We are more than what you see. We all have layers. New Delicia Drench Body Butter replenishes...
inspired to do so. I love it. When I see people do that, it really does go a long way to help me in, making relations with these publishers. So I really appreciate it when y'all do that. Anyway, let's get into it and talk about stuff from March the 5th. There's some really great releases. I actually got 3 of these books from the 5th just came in right before I sat down to film this video. So first up we have Ado. I believe it is pronounced Ado, not Otto, because of the name of the character. This takes place in a Japan that has become a melding pot of people and cultures after a wave of immigration which has brought protests of xenophobic extremists. Riku is driving her scooter through a protest when she sees a boy about to be run over by a truck. She shoves him out of the way and begins to look after the boy named Eito. She takes Eito out for ramen, and when he begins to be fired upon by a distant army sniper, causing plant-like tendrils to come from his arm and stop the bullet midair. Who is Eito, and why is the army after him? Now, they say that this one is for fans of Akira, which I think is really obvious from like the cover image, kind of make those connections. But there was also a note that said this is for fans of Sakamoto Days. So I'm wondering, I haven't read, I said this literally just came in a minute ago. I haven't read it yet, but I'm wondering if that's because of fight choreography or if it's because of the sense of humor that it might have. But the side note that I have is there's a lot of manga coming out that have like plant stuff, like plant monsters or plant human hybrids. Like this is one of like maybe 5 that I know of that are currently ongoing. And I don't know if there's any sort of like cultural significance to that, if there's something right now that's happening that's inspired a lot of people, or something recently that inspired a lot of people in Japan to make series like this, I don't know. It's an interesting coincidence that I'm pointing out right now. Anyway, moving on is Medalist, also from Kodansha. Again, one that just came in, so I haven't read it, but I'm extremely excited to read this one. This is a sports series about Inori, who dreams of becoming a figure skater. However, she's already too old at 11, has trouble at school, and her sister's skating dreams ended in failure, so her mother is against putting her through a similar experience. But Inori loves being in the rink and winds up fatefully meeting Tsukasa, a coach about to give up on competitive skating himself. And the two join together to become an unstoppable duo who believe they can prove everyone wrong. That sounds like the perfect beginning for a great sports manga, so I'm very excited to read this one. And I know a lot of people were very, very excited when it first got announced, because this was a series a lot of people wanted to see get printed in English. So very, very, very happy to have this one on my to read pile right now. Next up is Anyway, I'm Falling in Love with You, also from Kodansha. It's a high school romance series set during the beginning of the pandemic, following Mizuha, whose longtime childhood friend has just asked her out. Can their budding romance be resilient enough to withstand a world where everything is shutting down around them? And then from Tokyo Pop, we have Cover My Scars with Your Kiss. This is a BL about corporate heir Seiichi, who meets the insecure dentist Now a couple of times coincidentally, which makes him believe fate is at play. Now lets him know that Seiichi reminds him of a man he's been in love with, and Seiichi proposes that while he's receiving dental treatment by Now, that they will date. And then we end the first week with a few finales. First up is Polar Bear Cafe Volume 4, which I think got pushed back to the second week, but I'll talk about it here anyway. This is the fourth and final volume of this slice of life comedy series about a polar bear who runs a cafe and all the various animals who visit it. The Japanese edition is 5 volumes, the English edition was 4 volumes. Then we have Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible Volume 12, another one that I just got today. This is a high school rom-com about a guy who is barely noticed by anyone and the girl who won't let him stay unnoticed. And then finally, the Shoujo Beat series Imakoi comes to an end with Volume 9. This is a high school rom-com about a girl who doesn't want to miss out on love again, so she blurts out a confession to her crush, the impossibly handsome Yagyu, who surprisingly agrees to date her. So that wraps up the 5th. Let's move on to the 12th, where we start off with a 1-2-3 punch of One Piece books. The first one is Volume 105 of One Piece, which I'm not really covering it in this, but I did want to mention that there was 3 One Piece books at once. It is somewhat significant because it is the finale. It's the final volume of Wano. It's the end of having Wano on the cover, at least. The next one has Egghead on the cover. Not like on the title, you know what I mean. But the 2 that are significant, 2 volume 1s for One Piece, one of them is a single volume, and that is One Piece Shokugeki no Sanji. This is a single volume collection of all of those Shokugeki no Sanji one-shots and stories that were done by the creators of Food Wars. So it's...
What? Sanji has his own, like, manga of him doing Food Wars-like stuff? Is it like Food Wars, or is it just what the fuck? Why am I now hearing of this? What the shit? This is weird. Kind of cool. Kind of like that. Kind of awesome.
Sanji cooking in the style of the Food Wars manga.
Okay.
If you're a fan of either One Piece, especially a fan of Sanji, or if you're a fan of Food Wars, this is going to be a great one to pick up. It's only a single volume. These stories are a lot of fun. I highly recommend it.
Not gonna lie, yeah.
Either One Piece or Food Wars. And then the other One Piece that's got a new volume 1 is One Piece Ace's Story. This is the first of 2 volumes adapting the novel of the same name, and it has artwork from Dr. Stone's Boichi. So if you are a fan of that light novel and you would love to see it in manga format, here you go. If you're a fan of Boichi and you want to see what he can bring to One Piece, there you go. Or if you are a big One Piece fan but you're not really a light novel reader and you want to read a manga edition of that instead, this is going to be perfect for you. But either way, it's only 2 volumes. Not a lot of commitment. This is really cool. I'm really excited they have this manga coming out, and I'm really excited to read it. Then we have Osamu Dazai's The Setting Sun from Tuttle. Now this is another manga adaptation of a classic Dazai novel. Dazai, of course, being the novelist of No Longer Human. It's probably his most popular work, but this is another one of his classic masterpieces. Set in the aftermath of World War II, we follow Kazuko, a woman from an aristocratic family who is struggling along with her family to survive and adapt to their harsh new conditions. Then from Square Enix, and they actually sent me a copy of this one early, we have The Villainess's Guide to Not Falling in Love. So this is about Luciana, who was an ordinary woman, and she's reborn as a villainess in an otome game. She knows all the plot twists and is ready to rewrite her destiny by not falling for any of her suitors. However, none of the men can take a hint. So they're all still trying to go after her, even though she's pushing them away. And also she has unparalleled magical abilities. Now, ultimate games and villainous stuff is not typically my thing, so this was not really for me. But I think that if you are into this stuff, this one's going to be really interesting and cute, and it also has great artwork in my opinion. So if you are a villainous fan, if you are an otome fan, definitely try out this one from Square Enix that comes out this month. Then we have Tengen Hero Wars from Titan Manga. This is going to be for the fans of Record of Ragnarok. It basically sounds like Record of Ragnarok. There's something brings together historical figures like Julius Caesar, Napoleon, and many others to fight against each other to see who would be crowned as the greatest. It's literally the idea of Record of Ragnarok. I haven't read it, but so I don't know how similar it is in concept and in narrative, but I know that it is very bloody and action-packed. And I do have a copy on the way, so I'm excited to check it out when it does arrive. Next up is Candy Color Paradox Assorted Pack from Sublime. This collects Candy Color Paradox side and bonus stories plus a 16-page color gallery. So if you were a fan of the original Candy Color Paradox series, you can pick this one up as kind of a bonus volume. And then another BL from Kodansha, this time Number Call.
Why are you rolling your eyes? What happened? What happened? Did something happen? I'm not even sure.
This is from the creator of My Summer of You. It's about two high schoolers, Eito and Hachi. Hachi is the Japanese word for 8. So the number 8 plays a significance here, but the number 8 isn't the only thing that draws the two together. And then we have another final volume coming out from Shoujo Beat this week, Yakuza Lover Volume 12. This is a mature romance about a college girl who falls for a Yakuza boss. And then finally this week is Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix, Crushing Love from Tokyo Pop, which was delayed from last month. This is a prequel BL single volume manga graphic novel. It's a prequel to the Netflix series Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix. So if you watched that and enjoyed it, and you want to know a little bit more about how to...
Can you tell me why my brother walked into the living room, put his hand on the table? There is a glass picture with flowers that my dad got for his anniversary. He put his hand on the table. The table. Trevor Grant. And the picture broke. Trevor Grant. Now I have to clean it up.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you don't get in trouble. So sorry about that, bro.
Characters wind up together. You have this single volume graphic novel to check out. Moving on to the third week on the 19th, but first we're going to do a message from the sponsor of this video, Walt's Comic Shop. Once again, thank you so much to Walt's Comic Shop for sponsoring this channel. As always, I mentioned that I like to buy my books from places like InStockTrades.com and the Crunchyroll store, maybe even Amazon. We have so many options for us here in the US, but people in the EU might not have as many options. And Walt's Comic Shop is actually a fantastic one that you can start shopping from. Walt's is located physically in Berlin, Germany, but they do ship all over the EU. So if you're located anywhere in the EU, not just in Germany, you can order from Walt's. But if you happen to be in Berlin, you can stick your head into their brick and mortar shop and say hello. Tell them the Omnibus Collectors sent you. And they have not just a great collection of manga, but a fantastic selection of comics, graphic novels, omnibus editions from Marvel, DC, and all the other publishers. So if you want to try something out from the other side of the fence, from the Western comics instead of just manga, manhwa, etc., you can do that as well. And if you are a first-time shopper with Walt's Comic Shop, you can use code TheOmnibusCollector to get free shipping within the EU on your first order of €40 or more. So make sure to check out Walt's Comic Shop if you're out in the EU. Use that code to get your free shipping on your first order of €40 or more, the Omnibus Collector. And again, thank you to Walt's Comic Shop for your continued support of the Omnibus Collector channel here. So moving into the third week, we start out with the Uncanny Counter from Eyes Press. This one, the description, the copy that they wrote for this one was so good that instead of just coming up with my own description, I'm just gonna take theirs. The word in town is that the broth at the local noodle house is to die for. The secret? The people who run the shop were on the brink of death. They call themselves counters and have partnered with ghosts from the afterlife to hunt down rogue spirits. When ordinary high schooler Mun is invited to join them, his whole life flips upside down. Can his new job of fighting evil and chopping noodles give him the answer to his parents' mysterious deaths all those years ago? This one sounds really interesting. I'm excited to check it out. Next up from, I believe, Yen Press and J Novel Club in conjunction is Black Summoner, based on the light novel of the same name. Kelvin traded his memories of his previous life for a collection of powerful new abilities, which make him the world's strongest summoner. His first follower, the goddess who brought him to this new world. And he soon discovers his true nature as a battle junkie. Another one from Yen Press is I Want a Gal Gamer to Praise Me. High school shut-in Raito Sasaki hires a pro gamer to coach him so he can hone his FPS skills, but he never imagined Rion Suzuki would be the one knocking at his door. Rion is cute and fashionable, and with such a supportive and charming gal gamer cheering him on, Raito will either take his game to the next level, or the pressure of being so close to Rion might throw him off. Then we have more from Yen Press, of course, Adults Picture Book, the new edition. Suddenly, Soichiro has a...
I'm not gonna lie. As cool as that may sound for a female gamer, gamer to be coaching you to how to get better at your game, I don't think that's a good idea. Not saying that they can't teach it or any of that stupid shit. I'm talking about, it just sounds like a lawsuit that's about to happen at any moment. I wouldn't even try or bother. I would just, no. I would say no. I'll just get a male gamer. Just to avoid the lawsuit.
Trevor Grant. What kind of name is that?
What, the Adults Picture Book? Or the previous one?
4-year-old daughter named Kiki thanks to his late friend Haruki, and his life has changed forever. Things get even more complicated when he proposes to a complete stranger. And then one more from Yen Press. Actually, there's a couple more from Yen Press on the second week.
Trevor Grant.
I have these out of order. Sorry, I usually put them...
Girl.
Oh, I Want to Be Praised by a Gamer Girl. I think that was the name of the title, but like, I don't know.
In order of publisher, but I got lazy there. The tiger won't eat the dragon yet. Tiger is lucky enough to capture a dragon whose meat is meant to taste exquisite, whose blood can heal any wound, and whose heart can grant immortality. However, she decides not to eat him yet as he's still a child. He's too young to make a good meal now, so she decides to raise him herself. However, she finds there's more to him than meets the eye. Then we have Sword Art Online Progressive Canon of the Golden Rule. This one has Asuna and Kirito making it to Aincrad's 6th floor to the town of...
So you gotta raise me, base me, and just eat me? Is that what I'm hearing? You're just raising me to eat me? I don't know about that one.
Station, which is filled with puzzles. That was the end of the Yen Press stuff. Let's look at some Kodansha books. I Can't Say No to the Lonely Girl. This is a high school GL manga about the goody-goody Sakurai who meets a lonely girl and ends up in a web of blackmail that might lead to romance. And now one of my most anticipated releases for the this week and of this entire month is the Initial D Omnibus, the long-awaited reprint of the
like that happen in real life. Dragons are going extinct before they were even found out.
Classic racing series is finally here, and not just is this a reprint, but it'll be the first time the series is completed in English, as it ended prematurely back when it was being published by Tokyopop. Takami's job as a tofu delivery driver has him racing up and down the twists and turns of Mount Akina's roads. Without realizing it, Takumi has mastered techniques that would take most drivers lifetimes to learn. Witness Takumi Fujiwara's journey from delivery boy to street racing legend in this new 2-in-1 editions of the classic series. There will be 24 volumes in total, and this has 2 variants, one from Kinokuniya and the other you can get from the Crunchyroll store. Crunchyroll store actually has the standard and their variant available early, so if you wanted to order an early copy, there you go. I'll probably make a video about this.
Watch NHL games live on a variety of networks with YouTube TV.
Book on its own, just showing off. I'm going to get all 3 variants and I want to talk about it because I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Now moving over to, we got a few things from Tokyo Pop as well. My Love Will Last Until the End of Time. This is a single volume BL about Hiroto, who remembers his past life as the Prince Luke, and Ko, who is unknowingly the reincarnation of Luke's beloved Mika, and a chance encounter on a college campus which brought them together. Then we have Rooming with My Two Lovers, which is an 18+ BL about Atsushi, who winds up in a new living space along with his ex, Enraku, and the flirty barber Shiki. The two take turns seducing him, and eventually Atsushi develops deep feelings for them both. And then we have Heat X Beat. I may be an Omega, but I'm going to be an idol. This is a single volume Omegaverse BL about Asahi, who is chosen as the latest member of the boy band B-Marks. The only problem is that he's an Omega and member Madoka is an Alpha. Next we've got another one coming from 7 Seas. How do I turn my best friend into my girlfriend? This one is a GL about Minami and Yuzu, who are childhood best friends, but after someone confesses their feelings to Yuzu, Minami realizes she might like her more than just friends. Will she be able to confess her own feelings to Yuzu, or is she happy just being
What's happening?
And then we also have another single volume release from Tuttle, A Small Change, Finding the Joy in Everyday Things. Tying up her hair
What's this slice of life shit? What is this?
Discovering many more tiny but important changes that wind up having a deep impact on her life. This book is about the Korean concept of sohak hang, which states that the small pleasures like a movie night with friends, painting your nails, or new hairstyles are simple but reliable means of finding true joy.
What the fuck are what? What is what? Where's the monsters? Where's the demons? Where's the big busty women? What's happening? I don't want to hear this.
Version of me here now. I realized while editing that I had actually
I know he has sections for everyone, but it seems like it's for a specific audience. We only came across like 2 of them that were actually has to be supernatural. Everything else is either slice of life or something on the other side of the fence.
Elected to mention one of the books coming out in the 3rd week from Viz Media as part of their signature line. I'm sorry I didn't do it. I just accidentally skipped over it, but it's something I'm really looking forward to, and that is Magi Lumiere Magical Girl Incorporated.
Yes.
The synopsis here is basically the main character is a girl who has been applying to work at many of these magical girl companies, these corporations.
Okay.
And for all intents and purposes, she qualifies for the job just fine, but for some reason she just keeps not landing any jobs. She doesn't get any callbacks. She gets declined. And one day she goes into an interview and some sort of monster, something attacks, and she winds up having a magical girl called to save them from this attack, but she winds up helping the magical girl that is defending them during the interview, and because of her actions during this time, they wind up hiring her to start work over at Magi Lumiere Magical Girls Inc. So that's the series. I forgot to mention it here, but it is something that I'm looking forward to checking out. Really, really highly looking forward to it when it comes out later this month. And we have a couple things that are ending this week. A really big one from the Viz signature line, Alice in Borderland Volume 9. It's the final 2-in-1 release of that thrilling death game series that inspired the Netflix drama. I'm very excited to wrap this one up this month. Then we have Val Love, or Val X Love from Young Press. This is the finale of the Fantasy Harem, where
I do not like the art. I'm sorry. It looks very not professional. The art looks very questionable.
Trevor Grant. We really talking about magical girls? The only magical girl I'm into is Sailor Moon, and I don't see a remake or any type of hint towards her being inside this.
True. There's a lot of magical girl shows now because of Sailor Moon, but I don't know. Sailor Moon's been, I wouldn't say the word dead, but it has been kind of quiet for a long time since the 2013 reboot. Was it 13 or is it 16? I think it was 16 or 13, one of those two. But yeah, it's been kind of quiet since. But I can see what you mean though. This art looks really not ready.
alongside 9 Valkyries must prove that love will save the world. And then we have Love and Heart Volume 10, also from Yen Press. It's a romantic thriller about a young woman returning home after a breakup and her new male roommate, who claims to be an old childhood friend who had moved abroad. He's great, but the timing seems a little too perfect. And supposedly the house next door where he claims to have lived was where a whole family had committed suicide. So something's going on with that one.
Trevor Grant.
So that was Val Love 16 and Love and Heart
talking
Volume
about,
10 if you
or
want to get
yours?
into either of those titles.
Both. I don't know, not the manga. I'm talking about the anime. The anime reboot. Reboot? It's not really a reboot. It's actually from the actual manga, but like people didn't take too kindly to it. I don't know. Maybe there's some type of controversy.
And that brings us to our final week of new releases, starting off with one that a lot of people are anticipating. Oh My Goddess, Omnibus Volume 7. This is not a first or last volume, but because it has been so long, the 6th omnibus was released back in October of 2017. So it's been a very long time since this line has been going. I wanted to bring it up because not only is Volume 7 coming out this month, but also the previous 6 omnibus were somewhat recently reprinted. So if you've been wanting to get into Oh My Goddess, if you've been wanting to read this series, this is the perfect time to get into it. All in all, it was 48 volumes, so there will be 16 of these 3-in-1 volumes. The series itself is about a college student, it's a harem rom-com, this college student who accidentally calls the goddess helpline, which summons Belldandy, who tells him that he has a single wish. And he believes that this is a prank and says he wishes that she will be with him forever, and his wish winds up being granted. Another one from Titan Manga is Grace Rosa. It's about the assassin Grace Rosa, who's driven by her longing to discover the secret of her adoptive father's disappearance. He trained her to be a killing machine to wield any and every weapon before inducting her into the organization Alterna. But could Alterna have something to do with his disappearance? And to what length will she go for vengeance? Then from Viz Media, we have Stitches, which is the first Junji Ito release of the year. But this one's a little bit different because it's not really a manga, it's a novel, and I don't usually cover novels, but there's a reason why I'm covering this. Anyway, so description. Horror novel by Hirokatsu Kihara with artwork by Junji Ito. The novel is made up of several true stories of unsolved mysteries, which include pages of Ito artwork, as well as a single chapter manga story by Ito himself. So it is a novel, but it does have Ito artwork, it does have a single manga chapter within, so I wanted to make sure that I highlighted it here, but not just to say like, hey, it's coming out, but to say, hey, don't buy this expecting a whole volume of Junji Ito manga. It's not. It is a novel with some pictures and 1 chapter of manga. But this is the next Junji Ito book. If you are a Junji Ito completist, this is the next one you're going to be picking up. Then from Seven Seas in their steamship line is Before You Discard Me, I Shall Have My Way With You. Agnes, the daughter of a duke, is hit with a bombshell when she learns the man she's been betrothed to since childhood doesn't return her feelings and wants to break their engagement so he can marry his true love, a different noblewoman. Agnes is heartbroken and angry, so this means war in both politics and in bed. Then from Kodansha, we have a very hilarious sounding book. I got reincarnated in a BL world of big man boobs. Now the title has
what the fuck
BL
is this?
Man in parentheses.
What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this shit? What is this? What is this?
Sweet dreams under the glittering moon, surrounded by stars and galaxies. May magic fill your dreams tonight. Good night from Starlight Luna. Trevor Grant. In bed? That man don't wanna sleep with you. Ryaga Samurai.
Good grief. Okay, bang, hey, Star.
Trevor Grant.
Hang on. How you doing, hon? Or are you going good night? I guess you're going to bed. Have a good night.
Because the main character is Nagare, who is a breast-loving young man, and he gets his wish when he's reincarnated into a world of boobs. So what he's wanting is to be reincarnated into a world of big boobs. But it's not quite what he bargained for when he finds out that it's actually a BL world of man boobs.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's a straight guy if I'm hearing this right. It's a straight guy who wants to be around, you know, the female anatomy, and if you get what I'm saying. But he gets reincarnated in the world of men. So like Sanji being stuck on that fucking island. Pretty much. Alright.
It's a satirical BL comedy that takes jabs at all kinds of manga cliches. It looks hilarious. I'm going to look forward to picking up this comedy series when it comes out later this month. Then we have The Alchemist Who Survived Now Dreams of a Quiet City Life from Yen Press. This is about Mariella, who is the last surviving alchemist, who, after waking from a 200-year sleep, could be making a killing, brewing and selling potions, but all she wants to do is relax and live her life at her own pace. Then from Denpa, we have Girl with Sanpaku Eyes, Volume 5. This is a final volume to this full-color rom-com series. And then we have 2 delayed books, All You Want Whenever You Want, and Healer for the Shadow Hero. Obviously, I picked up delayed books, All You Want Whenever You Want, and Healer for the Shadow Hero. Both were supposed to come out last month, got delayed to this month. And that brings a wrap to March. That's all the stuff. From a lot of cool stuff coming out in March. I'm really excited about a lot of these new series and a lot of the ones that are ending this month. March is a great month of new manga. I'm, you know, obviously I picked up Otto and Medalist, and I've got a lot of stuff that I've already picked up aside from those, and a lot of things that I'm planning on buying when they come out. This is a great month for new manga, and I'm looking forward to trying out so many of these series. Let me know in the comments down below, though, what you are most looking forward to. Which of these books are you picking up? What are you excited to pick up? And what are you picking up that I didn't talk about in this video? What, you know, volumes of ongoing titles are you excited about? If I missed any last volumes, let me know. If you know of any.
Okay, Trevor Grant. On the remake of One Piece, Netflix, how do you think Netflix is going to make that island? Oh man, they're not. Listen, there's 2 things that they're gonna do if they ever get to that point, which I doubt they will. Either they're going to outright ignore that whole plot point, they're going to deliberately change things. This is what Netflix is going to do. If Sanji ends up on that that island, if they ever even get that far in, what's going to happen is that they're going to have Sanji accept that and call them women and be in love with them. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to happen. Right? And then, or if they don't do that, they're going to outright just put them somewhere else, change the whole plot on that, because they're going to find that extremely offensive on their behalf. I hope Oda's ready for that one. But they're going to find that problematic, offensive. They're going to make him wear a dress willingly, almost, just to humiliate him completely. Because Netflix, remember, Netflix is still woke to a certain extent, so it's like they will do it. If they do it, they will do that. They will make him wear a dress and then make him accept it. They may even have him sleep with one of them, just for good measure too. And then he's gonna call them by their pronouns and this, that, and the third. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. One way or another, or they're going. If they don't want to get that type of backlash, if they get backlash, what's going to happen is they're going to rewrite that entire thing with him not on that island, on a different island, on a different subject of matter, and how he's going to work on his leg work or his hockey or whatever the case may be. It is going to be, or they're just going to ignore that entire plot point and change it.
Last dream I might have lied. Ryan Reynolds is not the only man whoever they have playing as Zoro can get it. Pause.
A lot of girls love the dude who plays the Zoro guy's name.
Final volumes that I didn't touch on, tell me in the comments down below. I want to know y'all's opinions. I'm always interested in hearing y'all's opinions about stuff. So yeah, that's the video. I hope that if you are new here, if this is your first time watching one of these videos, it was entertaining and informative, and that I could help you to find a new manga that could become one of your new favorites. If you're not new here, thank you so much for spending time with me once again. I really appreciate all of you every single time that you come in here. You know how much I love and appreciate y'all.
I don't know how to answer that, to be honest.
Thank you so much, and regardless of whether you are new or old here, I'll see you on the next one. But I almost forgot, I was going to mention the 2 videos that I will be doing in the future to celebrate the life of the late Akira Toriyama. I have 2 ideas that have been in my head for a long time. I've already compiled some notes on either of them, and I will try and get one of these out by the end of the month. The other one, I don't know how long it's going to take me, but there are 2 things that I want to do. So the first idea is a creator profile video where I will be covering the entirety of Akira Toriyama's career in manga, in anime, and in video games, all of his stuff that he's done throughout his life. I want to make one of those videos to cover all of this. That is something that I've been planning for a very long time, and I've already got notes about everything that, you know, has not been published in English, which I posted about on Twitter, by the way. So if you want a kind of a preview of that stuff, you can check out that thread over there.
Something ain't right.
But I want to celebrate his career by taking a look back at everything that he did. The other one is kind of indirectly Toriyama, but I've been wanting to do a video, and I have a lot of notes that I've had on my computer for a couple years already. I've been wanting to make a video about all of the other Dragon Ball manga, because it's not, you know, we have Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, and a couple little things, but there's so much more out there. All of those little Dragon Ball manga that are based on the video game series and stuff, the ones that are based on like Dragon Ball Superhero, Dragon Ball whatever, like there's a lot of stuff out there that we don't have in the US, and a lot of things that were not by Toriyama himself that kind of are not really expanding on Dragon Ball because they're not in the same canon, but they are where you get a lot of those cool, you know, ideas like alternate forms, different Saiyans, different characters that don't exist in the main canon, forms of certain characters that they get that they don't have in the main series. A lot of really cool stuff, and I want to dive into those and kind of take a look at all of that stuff. So I hope to make that one in the next couple of months, but hopefully by the end of March I'll have the Toriyama profile video out. And that's how I want to hopefully celebrate his life and thank him for everything he gave to me personally by celebrating his life, by making these videos, looking back at his works and looking at things that expand on his work. So look forward to those. I don't want to give any specific date for either of those, of course, especially not the latter one, but I do want to get those out sometime in the near future, and his passing is the kick in the pants that I needed to kind of tell me you need to get on that. But so thank you again everyone for watching. I'll see you all in the next video. I'll see you all on those videos when I do put them out. Peace out.
All right, so that was it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to play game. I think it's kind of late. It's 9 something, so I'm gonna let you guys go early. We'll continue this tomorrow. I'm taking my sweet ass time on this artwork for a good reason. There's a good reason why I'm doing this. I'll explain probably later on time, but I only have 2 days left till my little vacation comes through. It's not technically a vacation, but it's vacation from streaming. But on Monday I won't not be streaming through Monday till next Monday.
Crying cat face. Ryaga Samurai. Good night, everyone.
But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it.
White frowning face, white frowning face, white frowning face, white frowning face, white frowning face. Why do you have to go?
I'm taking a break from streaming for just 1 week because I'll still be posting content. It's just I won't be streaming. Maybe even for 2 weeks. I'm not sure yet.
Doing taxes vacation.
Yeah, I have to do my taxes for the month is over. So that's also part of that. So I need to be focused on that. I gotta get my taxes out of the way. So it's a vacation from streaming, but it's not a vacation. I'll still have to be doing my own stuff. I'm not taking a vacation like I'm going to have fun and relax. I'm still doing stuff. I just won't be streaming. I'll be back within that time, but so yeah, I'm gonna let you guys go. Have a great night and all that great stuff, guys. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it.
I thought you said tax evasion.
No, taxes I have to do this month because taxes are expected by next month for those who have a single business, and I have a single business, so I have to deal with that. So yeah, So have a great night, guys. Keep safe and stay out of trouble. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Samurai.
Have a great night.
LOL.
Later, guys. Boop 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 doop doop doop.